Hello, good morning all. Uh, I request our student monitor Safa Patel to start the today's session. Safa, please start.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, everyone. My name is Safa Patel. Welcome to the second day of the Indian National Women Conference at NCG's COE, Pune. We have some really amazing speakers lined up for today with some really interesting activities as well. So stay tuned. To start the event, I would like to introduce our first speaker for today, Dr. Mrs. Shaila Dinkar Apte. Dr. Mrs. Shaila Apte is the founder and CEO of the firm named Anupam Solutions. She has published over 50 research papers in international journals and over 50 in international conferences. She has professional experience of more than 40 years as an academician, 30 years as a company owner. She has guided over 11 candidates for their PhD. She has published 5 books with international publishers, namely Digital Signal Processing with Wiley Publication, Advanced Digital Signal Processing with Wiley Publication, Speech and Audio Processing with Wiley Publication, Signals and Systems with Cambridge University Press, Random Signal Processing with ERC Press, Taylor Francis series. She has 7 Indian patents, 1 granted, and 4 patents with FER done and 2 published. Her company, Anupi Solutions, deals with products related to speech processing. Here is the list of the products they offer. Call audit software for call centers, emotion detection from speech for Indian as well as foreign accents, speaker diarization, forensic speaker authentication, language independent, text dependent as well as text independent system, automatic speaker verification and identification, noise and noise cancellation. Now, I would like to request Mrs. Apte ma'am to take over the session.
Okay, thank you, Safa. Hello. I think I will start. Shall I?
Yes, ma'am.
Shall I start the session? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Here I'm supposed to deliver some lecture which is on the occasion of Women's Day. And I'm planning to introduce some facts and my experiences over last 40 years so that girls students, not only girls students, all students will get benefit of it and will understand what they should do and what they should not. So I think I will share the screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Hello. Good
Hello, good
morning,
morning,
everyone.
everyone.
I
I
will
will
start
start
my
my
session
session
now.
now.
The topic that I have selected is my entrepreneurship experiences. And so I will start with my college days and school days because you must know what are the situations when you are in school days and what kind of circumstances assist you or prevail you from doing some things and like that. So there are some difficulties coming in picture in the school days and even on the college days, and that do not allow you to pursue what you want to do exactly. So I would like to tell you that I started my schooling in Thane, and I completed my 11th SSC in 1970, and this 11th, at that time your 10th and 12th, this particular scheme had not emerged, so we had 11th as the SSC examination, and during this examination I stood 14th in the Maharashtra board, and that gave me some confidence to move ahead. So I took the admission in the RIA College, Matunga, Mumbai. We used to go in a train from Thane to Matunga every day and travel even in the rainy season. So there were a lot of difficulties coming in picture because of the travel and all that. But Ram and Ria College is a nice college, and we enjoyed a lot in that college. We could learn many things. There were dedicated means college teachers who gave us good insight of the subject, and they also motivated us for the further things. During the college days, during the first year, I think, yeah, in the first year only, what they did was they selected some students based on our ranking. So in our college, there were something like 30 students who appeared in the board rank. So all of us were kept in a different division called as the COSIP division. Means it is College Science Improvement Program. So during that period, they what they tried to do was all very experienced and best teaching good teaching teachers. They were allotted to our class and they gave us lot of insight of the subjects, and there was a feeling that there should be no competition, but there should be the nature of helping each other all the time. So all 30 of us in the class, it was a small class because otherwise the class used to be of 160 students, and our class was only of 30 students, so it was a very small class. But there was no competition like of means it was not the competition that we see nowadays all around, but it was a competition on the basis of how you go ahead and how you take others also along with you, so that you get joy of learning and some sort of thing. These things were taught to us during the very early college days only, so that helped us. We should not say that I stood first means the other should never come again, never come means in my career, and I should always remain first. It was not like that because all 30 of us were competent, and anybody means the numbers used to shuffle all the time. My teachers also never encouraged us to emphasize that we should be standing first and we should go ahead with great competition. Nothing like that was taught. I developed great interest in the research field because there were experiments in we had that time. All of you must be having the subjects like physics, chemistry, mathematics, and biology in the first year. Biology, I never had any interest, but maths, physics, and chemistry also I took interest. Out of that, the experiments in chemistry were a little boring, but experiments in physics were very interesting. And I started taking interest in the physics experiments, and decided that time only I decided that I will pursue physics as my principal subject. To tell you, during those days for BSc Physics, we had only 17 students in our class, 17 students including boys and girls. And there were only three of us, three girls were there, and all others were boys. So this was the status for physics. For chemistry, it was a huge class, and for mathematics, there were few more girls. But for physics, we were only three. One fourth was there, but she left afterwards. But we could do innovative experiments in the physics lab. So I decided that I will not go in for engineering, but I will stay in the research domain. So I opted for physics as my principal subject. Then I had the ambition of entering BARC for my career. So what I did was means during my BSc, I applied for BARC and I completed their entrance exam. I could get selected from their interview, and my name appeared in the list of selected candidates. So I was ready to enter BARC. So I went there with my mark list of BSc, but unfortunately it is a government thing, so they had to follow the strict rules. Those were laid down, and the rule that was laid down was minimum 70% at PS11. And those during those days, we never used to get above 60%, even 60% in Mumbai University. I scored 66%, but it was not going above 70%. So I missed the bus of entering into BARC. It was so discouraging, and at that time, my mother was sick, and afterwards she expired. So it was you can say, it was just a setback for me. But then I completed my MSc with first rank and then moved ahead. So there I want to tell you that this is not something that is personal. I want to tell you, but I want to tell you that there will be hurdles coming in between. There will be setbacks for you. There will be discouraging things for you. So, but then you will have to move ahead with great confidence, and you should not look back and say that, look, I wanted to go to BRC, but I did not get it done. So what I should do? I will not go now to the college. I will not pursue my further things. It should not happen like that. Then the thing comes which will to enter, many times after you graduate. So in your case, after you complete your engineering, you would like to understand where you should go. So even if we take electronics, still there are many emerging fields that you will have to select, and you won't know how to decide which field you will have to select. Like in our case, when I was doing my MSc at that time, there were three options for the electives. There was nuclear physics, then there was electronics, and then there was quantum physics. So I was fascinated by means nuclear physics, but then electronics was the emerging field. So I thought that let me try electronics, and I entered electronics field. So here also, even though you take electronics, there are several sub branches, and you don't know what to do. But what you can do is you can just, when you do the experiments in the laboratory, don't just be aloof and remain behind all 20 students. Suppose there is a batch of 20, don't remain at the back of all 20 students. You should be ahead, and you should be performing your experiments with your own hands, so that you will get good experience, and you will also get to know what you like. Because if you enter the field of your liking, it is a golden chance. If you don't get a field that you like, then what to do? A simple thing. You just start taking interest in what you are working, and then remain happy and go ahead. So same thing happened with me. because after completing my MSc, I actually wanted to enter BARC as I told you, but I could not do so because of my household difficulties and other circumstances, uh, because of which I was thrown into the field which is the teaching field. But then what to do? I started taking interest in that. I started taking interest in the experiments those we are supposed to show to the students, and started performing the experiments myself. I started taking interest in those fields, and then it became my passion. Then I liked it. Means actually, I started liking it because I shifted to Sangli and then I entered into Arjun College of Engineering. That is actually a good thing that happened for me because I could develop my career again in engineering with electronics as my subject. So what I did was I started taking interest in that, made innovations in the experiments those I wanted to show. So in at that time we had to take the solder gun in our hand, solder the components, and after it is ready, then we show the experimentation to the students. So it was so interesting. You just every day I used to perform new experiment and show it to the students. And our HOD used to tell us that whatever you want to show to the students, you must test it 2 or 3 times before which you on your own take the readings, see whether it is working, and after you confirm that it is working, then only show it to the students. Don't go in front of the students without testing it because otherwise it will be a mess of it and you will not be in a position to show the correct readings to the students. So we were motivated in a proper way, and then I started taking interest in these experiments, and then it became my passion actually. And then after that, after I had 2 children, then I started with my career further. So this type of thing happens in case of every woman. So don't be discouraged. You will have to move ahead with these hurdles only. And many times what happens is, suppose you have the examination on some 15th of some month and you start preparing at the some 2 3 days before that, so then it will be a problem. See, once you know that this is your exam date, if you are prepared some 8 days before only, if you are fully prepared, then whatever difficulties come after that, you will not have any problem on your studies, isn't it? So you be prepared for the hurdles from the beginning and then move ahead. You just get prepared quite early in time and then you are on your toes. Now, my experience was rich in theory because I studied in the basic physics and electronics in MSc. So we had in-depth theory knowledge, and then I started taking practical experience in Walton College of Engineering. So it was a good combination of theory and practical going hand in hand. And then I completed my ME in electronics engineering and then a PhD in electronics engineering. My topic was model-based transform domain approach for speaker verification. This was a very new topic. Speaker verification was very emerging topic at that time. The speech research was not new; it was old only. But the new and new means branches, new topics coming up, and out of these, speaker verification was a very new topic. At that time, wavelet transform was also quite new. To tell you, this wavelet transform, no one knew about what is a wavelet transform. People used to call it as velvet transform. Means even they did not know how to pronounce that wavelet transform. And no one was there to guide me. Means what is wavelet transform, how to use it, from where you get that wavelet, and that MATLAB and this all these things were not there. Only C programming was there. And then I could get introduced to one person in CDAC who told me that, Madam, this is a paper that you can read and you can get the values of the one wavelet. I think he gave me the coefficients for Dubash's wavelet, and that I could use and start my work. So it was in the so primitive stages. but I could move ahead with my means you can say dedicated work, and because of which I could generate my own wavelet from the speech signal, and then I could patent it. And this particular patent is granted to me. So the outcome of my PhD experiment was directly a patent grant. And second thing is now you I will tell you that I could generate a commercial product out of it also. So important thing is your dedicated work and your interest in doing these all things must be there. Otherwise, just going through some degree and then doing some service in some industry, whatever may be the thing, it will not give you any benefit in that case. Then I could make the entry in the innovative world. Really, after completing my PhD, I got full experience. Means I could gain full confidence. I can say I will tell you that after completing your BE or your graduation in engineering, you feel that many times many people feel that they know everything. So there is nothing that they don't know, and they need not take any guidance from anybody because they are up to the mark. They know everything. After completing your ME, you understand that there are so many things that you do not know. That is the advantage of doing ME. And after completing PhD, I will tell you that this is a very, when you select the PhD topic, it is very, very narrow field. And in that narrow field, also you come across so many hurdles. And then you realize that out of this ocean, I have selected only a small point, and out of this small point, also, I do not know many things. So you understand where you stand, and you then stand on the firm ground, and you understand the importance of moving ahead with further studies and remain as the student for entire of your life. Then after completing my PhD, I got a call from IIT Kanpur for presentation of my research work because I met one professor from IIT in one conference, and he invited me to deliver my work in IIT Kanpur. That was a great experience, and with this experience, I got a very good confidence. But there was a limitation again because I was a female. They invited me to enter IIT Kanpur and they offered me the research post. Or they said that if you want to have a teaching post, we are ready to offer you. What you do is you come here, you get your work done by IIT Kanpur students and generate a commercial product out of your PhD work. But I just could not go out of my house and I could not shift from there, and I had to remain contented with what I had. But I definitely firmly decided to move ahead. There are many buses that you miss, many trains that you miss, but you will have to move ahead and catch a next train and move ahead with your destination decided. In Walton College also, I means as a my career as a teaching in a teaching profession, I had great experiences. I met many very good students in Walton College, and it was really challenging to deliver a lecture in front of them because many times I remember that if the lecture is of 1 hour, last 20 minutes will be reserved for questions and answers. Students will definitely stand and ask the questions, then I satisfy them, then the next student will raise his hand, and this used to continue. Even after the lecture is over, some students used to run after me with their difficulties, and I used to solve them while means while in the travel to enter my cabin. So yes, this used to be the good experience, and I met good students, and because of which it was a great experience for me. Even I tell you that during my PhD, when I was working on the wavelet transform, one student who worked with me, he just did something. He just took the speech signal and he did something on that waveform, and then he showed me one waveform, and then he said that, madam, look, the wavelet that you are talking about, or the picture of the wavelet that you showed us, is similar to this, isn't it? I said, yes. So what you did? So he told me that whatever procedure he had done, and he could get that particular picture of the waveform. But that gave me a clue that we can have a way to generate a mother wavelet from the speech signal, and I could go ahead. So students are also many times guide for you, and they give you clues, and you should be open enough to accept the clues from the students also. And many times, if you encourage the students, they just reach the highest point. One student was there when I was teaching. He used to sit on the last bench and never used to be attentive. So I told him, next day when I come here, I must see you on the first bench. Then only I will start teaching. Otherwise, I will just quit. I will stop teaching. So on the next day when I arrived, he was sitting on the first bench. He was telling me that whatever that DSP you are teaching, no, I don't have any interest. I don't understand also. I said, let it be. You sit on the first bench and let us see. Let us do the experiment that you sit on the first bench and listen to me for 10 days. So he said, okay. And then I started teaching. Every day I used to see that particular fellow. His name was Sanjay. So whether Sanjay is there on the first bench or not. When Sanjay is there, I used to start the teaching. And after some 10 days, they had their some small examination. We used to have tests in between. And in that test, the miracle was he stood first in DSP. That time he came and told me that, madam, you told me that you are also clever and you can do it. You sit on the first bench and you will succeed like anything. That is how I told him. But it became a reality, and he was so surprised, and he started taking interest in all the subjects actually. So this is also a responsibility of a teacher to tell the students or give them some confidence and give them certain examples and motivate them to study. So there are several such experiences about teaching in Walton College of Engineering. It was a rich experience. I will tell you nothing like that. But after 2007, I took voluntary retirement from Walton College and I shifted to Pune because of my household things only. But then again, when I came to Pune, I got a good chance of means I could get good exposure. I During when I was in Walton College, students used to tell me that, "Madam, we understand when you teach, but when we read the book, we don't understand. So just try to write the book in a way you teach." So I took it as a challenge and I started writing a book on digital signal processing. Fortunately, there was a publisher also, namely Wiley Publishers, and they published my book on digital signal processing. So it was a fantastic experience for the students who actually passed out and who actually learned under me in Walton College of Engineering. They said, "Madam, this is really fantastic." So I got encouraged and I further wrote further books on advanced digital signal processing, then the speech and audio processing, then signals and systems, and then random signal processing. All these are published as international editions also. So it was a great experience, and my experience is was becoming richer and richer. Then I could guide 11 PhD candidates, also in the Shivaji University and also in Pune University. I published many international journal papers. I could go out because this is Pune is well connected via the means you can take a flight and go. So it was well connected, so I could attend many international conferences also. During the PhD of my PhD candidates, we tackled many innovative research problems, and that made my research experience richer and richer. Then one fine day, I got in some query was there by one English person. He said that I want to generate the stories in parents' voice, because nowadays what happens is parents are not there at home, and if a child gets a chance to hear the story from in parents' voice, it would be great. So I liked that idea very much. So I entered into it. But that time again I was working, so I partially gave my time for this project. We had a team working on for this particular project, and with my team I could complete the proof of concept for this particular project. But this boosted my confidence. This project never went ahead because of the difficulties of those investors. From their side, it did not move ahead, but it boosted my confidence. Actually, I am saying that I retired virtually at the age of 60. Means at the age of 60, I started thinking that now I am retired, so what is to be done? So after I really retired, even in Rajashri Shaw College, when I was there, when I completed my 60, I asked Governor sir, he said that we don't have such limitation and you are supposed to continue even though you have completed your age of 60. So I said, okay, that's fine. So, but I realized that I must find a way what to do after my actual retirement. So at the age of 62, I registered my own company called as Anubhuti Solutions, because by this time I had a lot of experience in speech research. I had done lot many experiments. Lot many students had completed their PhDs under my guidance. So I had good research experience, and I thought that I should move ahead and generate commercial products as well. So at the age of 62, I registered my company, then generated one first product which was speech synthesis in English using concatenative synthesis. But this was a very primitive, you can say, primitive method of speech synthesis that I did not know at that time because lack of exposure to industry. But then when I got exposure to industry, we developed the same product using deep neural network as well. We also generated speech synthesis in Marathi also using deep neural network. But this means the corresponding synthesis in a particular language, also there are certain limitations. In the sense, if it is some proper noun, like the name of the city, name of the country, name of the cities are also means anything. You cannot predict that name of the city can be like this or it may not be like that. Means in even our names also, they can be any name, isn't it? So to synthesize all these kind of things, proper nouns as I'm calling it, it's very difficult. So that also maybe many of our efforts were in vain. But there we made further improvements, making it emotional. So we could synthesize emotional speech, and we could create the cartoon voices. We could generate a whispered speech. We could convert it into a normal speech. So my experience was becoming richer and richer, and it generated number of patents for me. One mistake I had done means starting days of my career, and that was I used to deny the project. Suppose the project is coming and they are saying that we will give you some money for doing this experiment, but you must hand over the code to us. So I used to think that, yeah, no, no. How can I hand over the code? I cannot hand over. So they are also giving me less money, so I used to deny. But nothing should be denied. If somebody is offering you some money for doing some project, you should always go ahead. No, no deny. Don't deny anything. That was my mistake actually during the previous days, but then I corrected it. But this experience was counted, and I could generate number of patents. Then one chance came to us, which was in the electrical engineering field. Actually, I thought that I don't have enough practical experience in electrical engineering, so I will not be in a position to do it. But I decided that once you get some project and once somebody is asking for it, you should not deny. So I accepted the project and we did it, and we could do it completely, and we could hand over the project to the company. So we started earning something for our company. Then we worked on the Canada-based company project, and we could complete the emotion detection from speech, and it was also successfully handed over to the company. So these two projects gave us some earning. Then there were lots of projects coming one after the other. One was speaker diarization. This was also done for the Canada-based company, and it was also successfully done and handed over. Then I understood what is a professional work, how it is to be professionally done, then how the rigorous testing is to be done on number of samples. So what we did was every particular experimentation that we performed, we used to test it at least for some 500 audio files. And when you try to test it on number of different types of files, you understand what are the different problems that may come into picture. So to understand what may be the problems, you will have to have more testing, and you will have to make your system robust for all these problems. So as you go on doing the work, you understand the emphasis of doing some points, and you understand how the work is to be professionally handed over to the client. So there are a lot of learnings when you are doing a project. As I told you, I had written five different books on the in the area of signals and speech and audio processing. So the speech and audio processing book did a miracle. When a particular person in forensic speech lab, he wanted to develop some product. So what he did was he approached one man who is the ITN, and he asked him to generate a product for them for in the forensic domain. He what he did was he said that I did my intake long back, so I need to read something regarding speech, and then only I can tell you whether I can go ahead or whether I can do this project or not. So what he did was he went to the bookseller and asked for the book on speech and audio processing, and that bookseller, fortunately, he handed over my book only to him, that is Speech and Audio Processing by Wiley Publisher. So he read the book, and on the first page only, I had written my his contact number, and also I think email ID is there in the book. So he contacted me on email asking me whether I can help him in doing some projects. So I said yes, I can definitely help you. Then he read the book, and then he came to me and said that I will not do this project. I was asking why, what happened, because many things are written in the book. If you have some difficulty, I can explain you or I can help you. That is what I was saying. But he said that if your experience is so rich and if you know all the things, why I should enter this field? You only do this project for us. So he asked us to generate the products for the forensic lab, and we started working. So we have generated several products for forensic speech lab. To name a few, we have automatic speaker verification using formants. It automatically generates the reports, and this particular work is very professionally done. There's a professional look for the project. Then we have fake audio detection system. So sometimes what happens is the suspected person. What he will do is whatever audio that is means that the police is likely to find. What he will do is he will just tamper that particular audio and then hand it over to police. So whether the particular audio is tampered or not, this is detected by the fake audio detection system. And nowadays, there is a chance of deep fake also. Deep fake means the synthesized audio. So, suppose I can synthesize the speech in some person's voice, then I can synthesize anything, isn't it? So, whatever speech that is synthesized, it will be called a deep fake audio. So, whether it is deep fake audio or actually recorded audio in front of the mic, that can be detected using the defect detection system. So that also we have incorporated in the fake audio detection system. The noise cancellation is a must in this particular domain because the file is always noisy because it is not recorded. Means it is not recorded as we record some voice or lecture or something like that. It is recorded in front of the mic, but it will be recorded without knowing, without telling that person that we are recording. So there is a lot of noise. So noise cancellation system is a must. So we develop noise cancellation system also for them. Then we have automatic speaker verification, which is text independent and language independent. Because If the culprit is asked to utter the same words that he has uttered in the suspect audio, he will never be ready. He will say that no, I cannot give you the audio. So in that case, we will say police will say that you utter whatever you want to, you say whatever you want to. We'll record that and we'll try to verify you. And that particular thing exactly we have done. It is automatic speaker verification, which is text independent and also language independent. Then we have speaker diarization for segregating speaker stocks. This is required because whenever the audio is in the hand of police, in the audio there are three or four people speaking together, or maybe one after the other. And you will have to, in order that you verify the speaker, you must have every speaker's voice collected in a separate audio. So from this suspect audio, you will have to use the speaker diarization system that will segregate the speaker's voice into different audios, and then you can verify whether the particular speaker is one of these four or three or four speakers. Those are found in the suspect audio. So there are a lot many applications, not only in the forensic domain, but in the other domain also. Nowadays, there are many call centers, and the call center files are required to be processed for emotion detection. These call center files are can be they can be stereo, they can be mono also. If it is stereo, you can easily separate out the stereo channels and then do the emotion detection or speech to text, whatever you want to. But in case it is mono, then this mono file cannot easily separate out the channels. So in that case, you will have to use speaker diarization to separate the channels, and then whatever application, according to the application you have, you can either do the emotion detection or convert it to text and then do text processing and to find out whether the agent is doing the job properly or not. There are a lot many applications. So one thing to tell you is in your college, maybe there is the elective called as speech and audio processing, and people are afraid of it. I don't know whether they are afraid of it or they do not take interest in that. But when I was teaching in Rajeshri Shahu College of Engineering, for first two batches, they offered speech processing, speech and audio processing. But after that, the number of students opting for speech and audio processing was reducing and reducing. And finally, they said that they don't want to use, they don't want to offer this elective. They will offer some other elective. I don't know what was the elective, but the speech and audio processing was never offered. But to tell you, in the speech and audio processing, there are a lot many opportunities. There are a lot many products required to be developed. There are a lot many testing opportunities. There are a lot many industries working in the speech domain. Because in India, there are a lot many call centers, so there are a lot many opportunities and challenges to work on the audios. So this audio processing is a vast field, and you will definitely get a good chance to work if you do it in depth. Uh, Another thing that I would like to tell you is people say that practical experience is a must. You must have a practical experience. Just to do if you just have theory experience, it is of no use. But that is not a fact. I will tell you that in order to work for the industry, you must have thorough knowledge of the theory. You must thoroughly study all the concepts well. And if you understand the significance of each and every parameter, how to extract that and where it will be useful, then you can easily collect your practical experience based on that and you can write a program. So to write a program and develop the Python code or something like that, you require logical thinking. And this logical thinking must be developed. Secondly, you must have very good knowledge of your theory. Then writing the program, after writing the program, if you get some syntax errors, those can be easily solved. So having practical knowledge of writing a code is a must, I will say, but it is not the only thing that can help you. So if you just have the practical experience of writing Python code, you will not be in a position to work in speech domain. But you have the thorough knowledge of speech processing, and if you are well conversant with all different processing applications in speech, then you can directly go ahead with any language, whether it is Python or MATLAB, and go ahead with the code, and you can generate any system that you like. So to generate a system, digitally. I will say that a lot of practical experience will be required, but in-depth theory is a must first. If you have in-depth theory knowledge, then only you can move ahead. Otherwise, don't move ahead. So because we could develop some products in forensic domain, I feel that means I feel very happy and proud, and I would say that we have done some small contribution at least in the Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat direction. So why I say so, because in forensic field, up till now, whatever products those are available, whatever tools those are available, are all foreign tools. And miraculously, I would like to tell you, I would like to emphasize that these products are not giving correct results. They are not up to the mark. So there is really a need to generate the products, Indian products, and make the products in India with so great accuracy that it will beat the existing products. And that is what we have done. They are even better systems than the foreign products those are currently available. But for that, we need to work intelligently, and we should come out with a good product, which is commercial and professional product. We have that capacity, but we don't use our capacity to the fullest extent, and that is why we cannot generate the products. But you try to keep faith in yourself, and you try to move ahead and generate the products. At this stage also, we are not earning good money, but still we are moving ahead. So because of lack of money, I said that I will use the internship model. I will not be in a position to offer great stipend or something to the students, but I will give good experience to the students. But this model also worked well, and I could get many interns for even the semester-wise internship, yeah, from the colleges like VIT and COEP, and I could move forward with the students. And students are also very happy because they are getting good experience of doing internship. The internship of 6 months is definitely recommended, because during this period, we can also get some work done from the students, and students can also get exposed to many different projects and many different ideas and many different types of work they are doing. So this I would like to suggest to the college authorities that the students should have the internship for 6 months. Just 15 days internship, students are also not interested, and even the industry people, they feel that what the students can do in 15 days. So they won't also allocate more work to them. So the important point is, after doing anything or any type of work, you must get good work satisfaction. So money is money when you are selecting a job, or when you are selecting a field for your work. You should not go after money. You should say, this thing I will like, and if this particular work is giving me more richer experience, more practical experience, and if I like it, then nothing like that. So you must know what you like and what will give you job satisfaction. So that you should select. Money is not a problem. Money will come automatically. So I would say that whatever is the money of your share, it will remain always with you. No one can take it from you, and whatever extra thing is there, it will automatically go away. So don't bother about money. It will always be there, and it will always come when you work. So when you work hard, money is automatically will be coming, but it will take some time to settle all these things. So one should not bother about it. What is important is the work satisfaction. But these things we learn after we grow. When you are students, you may not understand the significance of work satisfaction. You always are after money. So if during the internship also, if somebody is offering some 10,000, you go ahead with that. I don't know why. Because at this stage, parents are means they are capable enough to support you, and they are not expecting anything earning from you. So you should take advantage of that and move ahead with a project that gives you a richer experience rather than getting money out of that particular internship. The name of my company is Anubhuti Solutions. So I would like to tell you that many times I get real Anubhuti, as we call it. I get many clues at night time when I am fast asleep. I wake up and I get some idea for the work that is not proceeding further. I get the idea that if I do this, it will go ahead, and it really works. So this many things are happening automatically, and this is so I call it as what we call it as anubhuti. So I have experienced anubhuti many times. One needs to understand that whenever we are getting the queries, only 5% of the queries they get converted into the actual project, but otherwise there will be denial 95%. So that one must understand. And when the product becomes mature, it will take to become mature. The product will take a long time, at least 2 3 years. So one must work hard and have patience for the work, and one must develop product which is commercial product in all respect. And the key for the success is that important takeaway message I will say it is that one must have good patience to continue with efforts at least for 1000 days. This is what is told by many experienced people that minimum thing that you will have to work hard for is 1000 days. After that, one can experience some fruits out of one's venture. So I will say that we have crossed 1000 days and we are making now to enjoy the fruits. So you also hope for the best for our company and try to give us blessings from your side also. So this was my experience about my um, entrepreneurship. So I will open the channel uh, I will open the channel for questions now.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, huh? So I think that whatever I am just looking at the screen, I find that students are not there on the screen. Must be that they are on the YouTube.
Ma'am, we have some questions for you. I'll be reading out to
Yeah,
them.
yeah,
You can answer.
yeah, yeah.
So the first question that we have is, how can women better enable each other instead of compete? What needs to change in your opinion?
Yeah, I said in the beginning only, no, you should not compete with each other. You should not say that if she is moving ahead, I should pull her legs. No, like not like that. You should help her. So whatever difficulty she is having, if you go ahead and help her, she will also help you, isn't it? And this is not only in case of women, but it is true for all, true for everyone, true for boys, true for girls.
Yes, ma'am.
I will say I will never differentiate between a woman and a man because when I was in Bachun College, there were 152 male teachers and we were only two female teachers. So if we could just go on saying that we are females, then we would be nowhere, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
So you should not differentiate between a woman and we should not say that because I'm a woman, because I'm a female, I'm getting deprived of certain things. Nothing like that. It's not the case. Because I am speaking on the Women's Day, I will not say that this is the difficulty for the woman and you should not go on. It's not like that. Try to understand.
Yes, ma'am.
But I will say that sometimes this type of nature is more, you can say, found more in case of female. That you will try to pull others' leg. It's more found in female. This type of practice is found more in female. That should not happen. If it is so, it should not happen. If it is not so, well, it's good. Yes, anything else?
Yes, ma'am. The second question that we have is, what do you think helped you get so far in your career? How can we mentor young girls to dream bigger?
No need to dream bigger. You can say that you try to have a dream which is feasible first. You try to understand what you can do, what is your interest, so you move ahead, and then once you catch up, then you can say you can dream bigger. So don't try to dream big from the start, because otherwise you may fail, and in that case you will be not moving ahead because you failed in that particular aspect, isn't it? So dreaming big will come after you have arrived at certain level, isn't it? Suppose you are at the bottom of something, and if you say that I want to reach the top, it will not happen. You can say that first I will climb some 10 steps, then I will climb 100 steps, and then I will say I will reach the top. That is how it is.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you. So, the third question that we have for you is what advice would you give to young women who want to improve their industry skills?
One who want to improve industry skills.
Yes.
Industry skills means you will have to improve your skills, isn't it? Because
Yes.
when you are entering the industry will expect some better skills from you, isn't it? So what you will have to do is in the college, I will tell you frankly, in the college when you are learning and when you are appearing for the examinations, you study only for the examinations and you try to see that you get a first class in your examination. So that should not be the aim. You must know that you must understand the subject theory subject very well. You must understand how to do the practicals. You must do innovative experiments in your practical field, and then you can say that you can be competent, and then you can improve the industry skill. So just paying attention for the examinations, just looking at it from the exam point of view, and then saying that I would like to improve the industry skills, it won't help. Because unless you know what is digital signal processing, you cannot say that I will have very good improved skills for the speech industry. Not possible. Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
That's it for the questions.
Okay.
So, I would like to give a vote of thanks to you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your speech, ma'am. Your journey is really inspiring for young girls and women like us. The way that
Yeah.
you've tackled problems is really motivating for a lot of us. You've shown through your journey that passion paves the way for success and that there should be no limitations or age or gender to achieve what we really want. I'm sure it has inspired a lot of girls here who have an interest in this field. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So now I would request Ria Bhandari to continue the session.
Uh, I would request Apte ma'am to stop sharing so that I can uh, turn on my camera. Yeah, thank you. Sabha, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, you're audible.
Hello.
Yes, you are
Okay,
audible.
thank you. Good morning. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Riya Bhandari from SCENTC department. Today, I feel very privileged and honored to welcome not only a woman with great intellect, but also a woman with great experience of 34 years in teaching, none other than Dr. Preeti Reddy ma'am. To prove her intellect and to talk about her achievements, this webinar definitely would not be enough. Although, let's have a glimpse at some of her achievements. She is gold medalist at ME by Devi Ahilya University of Indore, recipient of Nagarkar Fellowship given by Ramchandra Pratishthan, Pune for carrying out research in subband coding, recipient of Best Faculty Award by Cognizant for year 2012 and 13, recipient of Professor Indira Parekh 50 Women in Education Leader Award at 7th World Education Congress on 5th of July 2018, Mumbai, India. She also received a research grant worth rupees 1 crore from DST, AICTE, and BRNS. She is a member of boards of studies and research committees at various universities. Also a member of AICTE, All India Board of Postgraduation Research and Education in Engineering and Technology since 2016. Now, speaking honestly, we all are eagerly looking forward to listen few words from you. So I would like to request Dr. Preeti Regi ma'am to share her views on women empowerment and in technical education and research. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ria. Uh, Actually, I have some problem with my video, so maybe I'll keep my video off because it's all seem to be green, and I know I couldn't get time to get rid of this problem. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah. Ma'am.
so I think I'll share my slides.
Yeah, yeah, sure. You can go ahead.
Okay, ma'am, that will be fine.
So I'm supposed to share my screen, right? That's what it says. Is it visible now?
No, ma'am.
No.
Ma'am, can you see one sign
Is
is
it
present
present?
now?
I can say present now. That one. So then it says your entire screen or a window. Okay. So
Entire screen, ma'am.
can you see now?
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So good morning, one and all. It's my pleasure to be with you on the eve of Women's Day. Okay, so today I will be talking on women empowerment in technical education and research. Mainly, it is based on research which is done at any educational institute. Okay, so that's what going to be today's topic. So before I start, I would like to remember some very powerful ladies in women engineering. So it starts with the first lady, A. Lalita, who happened to be the first engineering graduate from the oldest college in India, that's College of Engineering, Guinea. So it was wonderful to get information about her, and something which I wanted to show you because that she being the first lady, her certificate. Can you see what I'm marking on the screen? So it was not a very common thing to have ladies in engineering, and that's why her degree certificate carried he. And it so happened that at the time of graduation, the vice chancellor had to change it to she. Okay, so she was the first graduate engineer from College of Engineering India. The next lady to whom I have a lot of respect is Mrs. Leela Pula Punawala, who happens to be an alumni of my college where I'm teaching, College of Engineering Pune. Though she was not the first women graduate from College of Engineering Pune, but because she is still in Pune, we always have special affection for her. So she is from a batch of 1967, and actually you can see I have given it in the slide that she reached the topmost level in Alpha level, which is a Swedish multinational, and she worked at various positions, and she went to the topmost position. That is, she happens to be the first woman CEO in India. And you can see under her management, Alpha Level India operations grew from 2,500 million to 2.5 billion, and that is her contribution to her industry. Then we also know Sudha Murthy, who happens to be again and her story is very very interesting actually. When after graduation, she had applied for a post at Telco. Now it is Tata Motors, but at that time it was called as Telco, Tata Engineering and Locomotive Company, and she was not called for interview, saying that she is a lady. And then she wrote a letter to J.R.D. Tata. I'll read out the letter for you. What it says, what you are doing is wrong because Tata as a company are always ahead of time. If a socially aware company like you stops recruiting women, then how do you expect society to change? And this was a letter which she wrote on a small postcard and sent it to Tata, JR Tata. When it reached Tata, Tata immediately called the HR department and asked why they had such advertisement. And then they rectified it, they called her for interview, and eventually she got selected at Telecom. But then she wanted to go abroad for further studies. So then she was about to reject the offer when her father said no, because now you have fought for it, you have to go join the job. Okay, because otherwise it will be an impression that you are moving away from your responsibility. Okay, so that's why she joined Telco, and she happens to be the first lady recruited by Tata Motors or Telco. Then we all know about other women engineers, Kalpana Chawla. Then we also know Ritu who is from ISRO. Okay, and then of course Stacey Thomas again from DRDO. So these are the great ladies, not only the only great ladies, but these are some of the great ladies which I would like to quote before I start my lecture on women in engineering. So before I go to my views on women empowerment in education and technology, I would like to just narrate my journey as an engineer and as a faculty. So normally when I wanted to join engineering, it so happened that my father, he got admission to Roorkee after his high school education, but because of financial constraints, he couldn't join. Okay, that time it was not IIT, but it was a college of engineering Roorkee. So he couldn't join that. And then he had a dream that yes, my children should become engineers. And I being the eldest girl, it was always his dream that my daughter should be an engineer. And that's why, luckily, I was lucky enough, though not from a very well off family, we were from a middle class family, but my father had a vision to make sure that I will be an engineer, if at all I want to go for it. So that means I got support from family, of course, support from society was always there, and that's why I joined engineering. Then when it came to joining of branch specialization, I was not very sure because it was a 5 years course after 11, so I was not very sure what branch to select. But I just had heard, electronics is the best branch for women, so I said, fine, I will join electronics. And that time we didn't have branching right from the admission. The admission were to happen after second year. First 2 years were common, it was a 5 years course. And based on your second year marks, you were to get a branch. And that time electronics and telecommunication was at the top and civil was the last. So I had two choices. I wanted to go for electronics or civil because electronics because of the peer pressure that every girl goes to electronics, and civil because I like civil. During my studies for the first 2 years, I enjoyed surveying, I enjoyed all other subjects, and I thought I'll be a civil engineer. But fortunately or unfortunately, I was among the top 20 students, and normally we had only 20 seats, so I could get electronics and telecommunication. And because of peer pressure, I entered electronics and telecommunication department. When I entered my college, when I was in first year, second, then at that time, from second year to final year, there were only 4 girls, and we were 13 to join in a group. So it was a shocking type of thing for the college boys because suddenly 30 students in a single batch, and then they used to say, "Oh, college mein hariyali aa gayi hai," something like that happened. But then we got a very very special treatment. For every function, whenever there used to be a guest, we used to get snacks with that guest. Whenever there used to be a function, we used to get first few rows to sit. So it was a privilege for us, to be a part of college. Then when we were in workshop, at times, that time we had Smidhi and all the thing, we used to find it difficult, but it was not too difficult that we couldn't do it. Somehow we managed to do all those things, especially those things where they needed more strength. But then we always got help from our friends also, from the boys, and actually it was not very, very difficult to go through those things. And then out of the 13 girls that we had, almost 50 to 60% of us were in top, top 10% students in the college. So we got all the facilities possible for us. We had and there was no gender discrimination as such, because though this was a college in MP, where if we compare to Maharashtra, there are many restrictions on the girls at that time, but still it was a very we can say friendly atmosphere over there. Our faculty were also very cooperative. So as a girl, I never faced any problem. Then it came to joining a job. So when I wanted to join the job, my one restriction I had, like my papa said that please don't go out of Indore, because I'm from Indore MP. So try to get a job as far as possible in Indore. So it so happened that the external examiner who came to assess my project work, he liked the work so much that he said, Preeti, did you get any job? I said, no, I'm searching for a job. Then he said, join my company from tomorrow. And the reason why I got that job is very, very interesting. It so happened that we used to have our theory examination first, followed by our labs. So my project, which was a data modulation system at that time, so we had kept everything. It was a working model, and we had kept it in the college. But during the theory examination, one of the lab assistant wanted to get some emitter out of it, so he took out that emitter. And when we reached there to prepare for our viva, we realized that that part is missing. So somehow we could get it, and when we again soldered it, we realized that the system is not working. So full night we were working, because next day we had an exam, and there were so many hanging components, on our PCB. And then at the time of examination, the external examiner asked why there are so many hanging components in our PCB. So I said, this is not working. Not taking any advantage of being female, and then she is working with the boys, and got my first job. That time I was a very lean and thin girl, with only 39 kgs of weight, and then I was working in the industry, and I worked there for a year. But then I realized that those at that time, because I was not very strong, mentally also. We just graduated, and then the environment was totally different. Maybe 35 years back, not 35, even 37 years back. So then my father said, "Why don't you join academics?" I said, "No, I don't want to do for teaching. I just don't like teaching." But then he said, "Why? If you don't want to continue in this industry for some more time, better join academics." And then here I have one advice to be given to all the girls who are maybe listening to this particular thing, that I was from the first batch of GATE. We have graduate aptitude test for engineering. So I am a graduate of 1983. So I was the first batch to appear for GATE. We didn't know what is GATE, but then all of us were very enthusiastic. We appeared for GATE, and somehow I cleared the GATE. I remember I had no practice of appearing for any competitive exam. So it so happened we had two papers. So first paper I could hardly finish 50%, because I was just verifying the answers, and though they were MCQs, I was checking those things, and I was very slow at responding. Then I realized in second session, no, I had to move fast, and my second part was very good. But then I cleared the gate with good percentage. That time it was percentile. And then when I joined the job, I went to college, or then I said, okay, I'll go ME. So when I went to go for masters, I realized that the last date was over. But fortunately, there was no one from GATE qualified seat available. So the director over there, he had a special notice saying that if any candidate who has cleared GATE is welcome, and he extended the GATE, the last date by one more day, and then I joined my masters. During my masters, I had very good experience. All the faculties were very, very cooperative. And my first research publication came out as that of my MTech work. And that is the point where my teacher, my guide at MTech taught me how to write a paper. My first paper at an IEEE conference was published in 1991 when I just graduated. In 1991, when I graduated, I did my master's. And that single paper helped me throughout my academic life. When I came to Pune after my marriage, I wanted to join a engineering college. I was so there also my that single paper. They said, "Oh, you have a publication in international conference," and then that was something. So whenever you get an opportunity, please work with your faculty members and try to be in touch with them. They will always help you in giving you something extra edge over others. And after that, because I did my ME, then I went for academics. I joined engineering college, and it so happened that after a year or two, I started liking academics. Okay, and then for last 37 years, I am in this field, and I'm enjoying each and every role which is being played by a faculty member. So now I would like to focus on what are the challenges that we have, in academics. The first thing we should remember that there is always a question in the minds of the students who are about to graduate: should I join an industry or academics? In earlier days, academics used to be only teaching, nothing more than that. When I joined, that was the time when it was full time teaching. Just have 14 to 18 lectures per week, and then you can read and some other small works. But research was not a major thrust. But now, if you look at the academics, it is a multifaceted, field that we have. I would say that if you are in an industry, you could be doing one job for 30 years, same thing for 30 years, or maybe two or three. If you change the jobs, you are doing two to three different jobs normally in 30 years. But if you are in academics, I would say you are doing almost 20 jobs in 30 years. You have to do so many things. You have to be every 2 to 3 years you are supposed to change the subjects. Every semester you are teaching 2 to 3 subjects, which makes it 4 to 5 subjects every semester, and then every 3 years you change the subject. So effectively your field is changing every 3 to 5 years. So it is as good as changing the job, and you always, when you change your subject, you have to be updated, you have to learn something new which you have not studied during your education, and that's very, very challenging. So that way academics are many more becoming more and more challenging these days compared to industry. That's what I feel. So before I start, there are some myths because I don't know it's not very clear what type of audience we have. I assume that there are students also. So I would like to tell you about some myths and misconceptions in the society about women engineers. So first myth is women aren't strong enough to be engineers. But let me tell you, it is not the strength, it is not the physique, or it is not the strong work which makes an engineer. Basically, it is the imagination which is the biggest key of success in getting a success in engineering. Okay, and you have seen a role model just now before my speech. It was Professor Shailaja Madam, and she is one of my role models because I have seen her working in Sangli also, and for last so many years I am in touch with her. So as you can see, you must have realized there that imagination is the biggest key in making a success, and that's it's not necessarily about physical strength. And again, I give the example of Sudha Murthy. She used to work on shop floor in Tata Motors. So it's nothing like strength, you have to have willpower, and then you can be a successful engineer, whether it's an industry or it is academics. You need willpower and imagination. The second myth says that women are too timid to be engineers. Okay, so of course historically we have seen that female engineers, they have struggled to hold their own in a room full of male colleagues, as after madam also mentioned, to female in 100 plus males. Of course, when I also started, we were a bit better than that because I could be the next generation. We had around 15 faculty members in 150, something like that. And now, if you see in my institute, almost 40% ladies are there. Okay, and I feel that this is our priority. Our first priority is to have a job which is something to do with academics, and that's why we see more and more women coming in this academics, and they are performing. Their performance is excellent. And so compared that they can stand up, they can say no, and that's something very important. At times, you should learn how to say no also when you are working in a male-dominated area. Okay, so it is this myth is also again can see that it's not valid. Then the third is to be an engineer, you have to get your hands dirty. Literally, they feel that we used to feel, when I was in schools, I used to say, oh, it will be all, mechanical work, and the engineer has to spoil his or her hands. But of course, even when we talk of industry these days, there are very few jobs where you need to work with grease and tools. Most of the things are becoming more and more sophisticated, and we can say that hands are never been covered in grease for most of the job these days. So this myth is also not at all true. Then this is something very, very important. The fourth myth says that women are good at science, technology, engineering, and math. That is, we call it STEM as men. But no, this is also not at all true. Okay, and I have seen that there are most of the students in our institute, they are good at all these subjects, maths and other technological subjects. And a simple example is, again, I will quote Shailaja madam. If you just see her books, it is so well described, so much of clear understanding, that I don't think that it is anything less than any man can do. Wonderful books, and the way she has put it, the way she has given the examples, everything is exemplary. So this is also not true that we are not good at science, technology, and engineering. Okay. Another very, very important thing: you can't be an engineer and raise a family. This is something it's very, very clear that. But now this was for old times. Now even when I see my sons, they are helping their wives or my daughter-in-laws. I call them my daughters only. Equally in every household. So it's not necessary that once you are an engineer, you cannot raise a family. You can always have a balance between work and households. And if your spouse is supportive enough, then I don't see any problem in having this particular dual role, because now everything is being shared by your spouse. And this is another example of Peggy Johnson, who is Microsoft Executive Vice President of Business Development. And just imagine that she went to this particular post and she had 3 children, 4 dogs, and a cat. That's what the people say jokingly. Yes, and this is totally true. I have shown you so many examples, and this is ruled out. Even if you see in academic institutions, we have deans, HODs, especially in my college. Even we had a director who was a lady director. So then I was actually I was also dean academics. I had played the role of dean student affairs. Actually, we have 5 dean posts. One is dean academics, dean student affairs, dean R&D. You have dean quality assurance, and dean international and alumni. But out of these posts, the most important posts are the posts which need most of your time is dean academics and dean student affairs. And let me tell you, I have taken responsibilities of both these posts. I was dean in student affairs, then I was dean academics, and I could be the only person in my institute who became dean before becoming an HOD. So once I was dean, there was no question of going back to HOD's post. But of course, I realized that HOD's post is equally challenging. So for last 3-4 years, because as we have rotation, I also opted for HOD's post because I didn't want to leave that also. But you can see that it's not the gender, as Madam has said it, anybody could be leader, provided you have those qualities. And I already feel that we being ladies, we have more ability to motivate the employees, build relationship and take initiatives. In building relationships, ladies are always better. So we can use this quality, to be better leaders. And I have seen that when I was student affairs, the students used to come and meet me very openly. I remember one of my students who is now an actor in film industry. He used to take part in different cultural activities, and whenever there used to be any practice, he used to ring me up and say, "Madam, please come and see the practice." So they always feel like a mother, and that makes a lot of difference, that they are very open to you. Even the boys are very, very open to you, and that is your strength, your ability to motivate them, build relationship. That helps a lot, and I think no one can stop you from reaching the topmost position. And the next myth is women are good at soft skills and not technical ones. As I said, technical, we are equally good. Okay. And in engineering, in addition to technical knowledge, we also need very good communication. We need self-awareness. We need empathy. We need self-control. We need ability to listen. So all these soft skills are equally important. And if the people are saying that we are good at soft skills, yes, we are good at soft skills, and we are equally good in technical knowledge also. So again, don't worry about this particular myth. And then women can't reach the top jobs in engineering. I told you it will not happen. We have example Meera Punawala. We have, as I quoted Mrs. Zoe, she was my guide and my mentor, and she was the first lady director of College of Puri. Okay, so if you want, you can reach any position. No one can stop you. So all these things, they are, even if someone tells you any one of these myths, just rule out them, just ignore them and go ahead. Okay. And the best part of women is we are natural givers. We have a tendency to give it to others, and that's why we are always thinking of tomorrow. Because today when I'm here, now after this lecture is over, or after my job is full day work is over, and with you, what should I cook in the evening? So we always look, beyond the time. So we always think about tomorrow, and I think that makes us a very, very good engineer also, because we have a view. We can view what is happening what could be happening in the future, and then we can consciously lead innovations and all. We can achieve our goals very, very easily. And another example is Amy Warren, who happens to be basically, she was involved in construction of Brooklyn Beach. Actually, her husband was working over there, but because he got bedridden, this lady took over and she completed the project, and she took part in each and every activity without any background, and that's one of the success stories that we see. And that's why I say that women are always givers, rather than takers, they are givers, and that's something which is very, very important. And very important thing, we are opportunity experts. We we can we are very sensitive to the changes around us. We can judge a person much better than what our counterparts can judge. We have the ability to find out the possibilities, opportunities, and only thing is, whenever you get an opportunity, please grab it. The opportunity is there. At that point, you just think for a moment more, you may lose the opportunity. Okay, so as and when you get an opportunity, you see an opportunity, please get hold of that opportunity, and no one will stop you. So this is in general as an engineer, whether it's an industry or it's an academics. But now I would like to focus more on faculty. So what are the responsibilities as a faculty and we have to face, and how to overcome them? So as I said, the role of faculty is changing. Earlier we used to say he's a teacher, but now we say he's a facilitator. So we are not only teachers, but we are more of a facilitators that are guiding the students. Okay, so mainly we are not only taking care of teaching, but we are also into research, and we are also service and administration, whatever we are doing. Okay. Now, of course, how much work I am doing in each of this field depends on my interest. It also depends on my institute. It also depends on what I can say, my at what level I'm working, on my career also. But at every stage, we are doing something from each of this particular facet. So when I look at the role of a faculty, as a facilitator, we are doing teaching. Now with this pandemic, we have many more challenges. You can see that setting quizzes, because now we have online exams, so setting quizzes, giving challenging assignments, giving projects relevant to industry. So many things we have to do. We just cannot start with something and just float a question paper, which is very traditional. We have to have innovations in quizzing, innovations in giving assignments every year, because everything is available on net. So every time you want to set a simple question paper, you have to be very careful in setting the question papers. Projects are available online, so you have to give a project which is not available, and then student make sure that the students are working on the project. So this is something which is very important. So teaching doesn't only involve classroom teaching, but many things more. In addition to that, we have to do mentoring. So when we are mentoring a student, as I mentioned earlier, being a lady, it's a different approach, and then that at times helps us to get in touch with the students. I still remember that two or three, even the lab assistants in my institute who are lady lab assistants, they are very close to the students. When they come to labs, they are only a group of 20, and these ladies are so close to them that today also, if any alumni comes, the first thing they do is that they go and meet these lady lab assistants. So it is what I said, that the networking that we do with the students, and that's why we can do very good mentoring. And research, of course, we are very focused. So research is another facet. We also have to work for faculty advisors for sports, faculty advisor for cultural activities, admissions. If you look at COEP, we are doing admissions for engineering, we are doing admission for pharmacy, we are doing admission for MBA. So mostly 2 to 3 months you are busy in doing admission work. Okay, but then in spite of this extra work which has been given to us, we have to keep on continuing our other roles also. Now, these days they expect us to do consultancy also, but of course, a good part of this consultancy is that you are in touch with your industry counterpart, and naturally, if you are doing consultancy, it is easier for you to define projects which are relevant to the industry. You can give the students something beyond the syllabus what we have, and then that way, this is something which is very you can say empowering experience. And then administration, as I mentioned, every level, so even if it's a junior faculty, he has some of the other administration work. So the role of faculty is drastically changed. Earlier it was a 10 to 5 job, but I don't think that any of the faculty member after going can leave the college and go back home at 5 o'clock. They have to wait beyond the office hours. And even when we are at home, we keep on studying, preparing notes, and so on and so forth. So the task is becoming more and more complex. But of course, if you are interested in other things, it can be enjoyable also. So this is some of the targets. Recently our college has given these targets. Just look at the targets. That all of us to be, because now we talk of NIRF ranking these days. So these are the targets given to my department. Just read them and you will see that it's a heap. Every regular faculty should have one research project in hand. Every faculty should submit 2 international conference and 1 journal paper every year. Every department should have 1 student incubation, one patent applied every year, 2 industry-sponsored research projects, 2 industrial consultancy projects, at least 1 center of excellence, at least 4 continuing education programs you have to conduct, at least 1 student going for startup, and run at least 1 postgraduate diploma. So this is the task which has been given to every department in my institute. Just imagine how much efforts we are supposed to put in all these things. Okay, so huge work to be done beyond teaching, and these are my observations. because as madam has mentioned, we just cannot differentiate between a male and a female or gender wise. These are minor observations. Everybody has a liking. Just a simple notice, simple thing we can notice that when we are walking and if someone gives me a book in my hand, I will hold it closer to my chest. And if a man is walking with a book, he will hold it down, his hand will be down, and he will be holding it like that. Why we do it? This is our, you can say, it is in our genes. So most of our habits are also based on genes, because earlier the ladies in old days, the ladies used to carry the babies. So whenever they want to carry something, they will carry it close to their hands. A man is supposed to carry weapons and other things, so he always carries with a straight hand and hanging your hand hanging down. So though we say that women and women, we cannot discriminate them, but they have different traits. And then if we get the job of which we like more, we can give more outputs. So these are my observations that men spend more on administration than women, and among all disciplines at a research university, female faculty tend to spend more their time in teaching, research, and advising students than their male counterparts. Okay, and normally these are my observations. Of course, these are my observations in my institute, that female faculty tend to act as research advisor for more female, but they also take male students, but female faculty, males have more of male students as their PhDs. So we can say that on an average, because the women are more close to the students in labs also, being their nature, they advise more students than men, and men are more into administration, and they are more their likings are that way. But if I look at my institution, we do have ladies faculty with very high H-index, with maximum PhDs guided, maximum research project, and another very very important thing is maximum interdisciplinary research. As I said, networking is done. Networking is our, you can say, we like networking, networking with others. So we do have multiple research projects which are interdisciplinary. I have project with civil engineering department, I have project with mechanical engineering department. So and they are basically ladies to ladies, because we interact more, compared to men. There is a difference in attitude, so that makes a difference. Now, in India, a lot of efforts are being taken, and I'll just tell a very small. This all of you can read this paper. It's a very interesting paper, which is a case study where they have picked up 50 best institutes, universities across India, and they try to see the gender performance in all these things. I'll not go into details of this, but you can just look at this particular paper later on. And they have focused on these four questions: how much research output from India during last 10 years has a female main author, and whether the contribution of female author have increased in 10 years? How does female participation in research vary with discipline? Is it based dependent on the discipline? Which institute types have better representation of female authors in research papers, richer research outputs? Do there exist differences in international collaboration patterns of female and male authors? So a lot of work has been done by these authors, and they have basically taken statistics from Web of Science from 2008 to 2017. Okay, and they have taken most 50 productive institutions, including IITs, IIC, top universities, and they have analyzed the data. So you can refer to this particular paper, and then they have seen that how much research output from India during last 10 years, and you can see that the female contribution is seen over here, and this is the male first authored papers. But you can see that it is continuously increasing. The contribution is going up and up year by year. Even how much female participation in research varies with discipline. So you can see that in engineering, this is all agriculture and all other biology and all that. But in engineering, if you see, it is almost ratio is, or you can say 0.26. That is the ratio of female to male in participation in research. So engineering is almost, you can say, 20%, 26%. Okay. then if you they have also given year-wise ratio of female to male authored papers, and you can see that again for engineering, if I'm talking of it, it is around say 28%. But if you see compared to other disciplines, compared to other disciplines, this ratio is much less in engineering. That means we still need to put a lot of efforts, to increase our publications compared to, of course, this is also there because total number of ladies in this field are less, so naturally this has to be less that way. Okay, which institution types have better representation of female authors in research output? Again the same thing, but something very very interesting, they have observed that big metropolitan cities, their contribution of ladies is less compared to the other institutions which are in Allahabad, Varanasi, Vellore and all this. And another thing is they have also observed that if there are interdisciplinary institutions, then female contribution is more. As I said, that we are good at networking, So institutions that have multiple disciplines being pursued in them, they are better in levels of female participation in research. Okay, compared to and as we know that male to female ratio is more in most of these things, but this interaction wise, they are much better. Okay, and as I said, in our college also we have not many interdisciplinary projects: electronics, mechanical, electronics, electrical. And one point which I would like to mention here, that if at all you want to, this is something nothing which I have observed over the years, that there are some specific funds available in every with every fund giving organization. Okay, so if you have faculty, both faculty like PI and co-PI, both are faculty members, then you have good chances of getting those funds because there are special efforts to empower women. So if you are submitting a proposal with both ladies as the PIs, then your chances of getting this are much more. And this is what I had experienced. I had a project with one faculty member from mechanical engineering department, and normally it was underserved. So they normally give up to 20-30 lakh. We had submitted a proposal which was for 48 lakhs. So we both were ladies, and we had one more additional faculty who was gentleman with us, and we got the thing, but they said that I had claimed one of the thing what I wanted was a camera worth 20 lakh rupees. So they liked our idea. They said, please make sure that if you can get this camera, you can hire the camera. We want to reduce the funds because normally they don't give this many funds. So I said, no, if you are not giving this camera, then I'm not interested in the project. But let me tell you, they saw our project, they saw our profiles, and I got a project worth 45 lakhs from DST. Okay, and that was a totally, both of us were ladies, PI, co-PI. The second co-PI was a gentleman. But this is something where we see that government is also trying to empower us. So wherever possible, please grab the opportunities. So these are some of the statistics which you can read in the paper. And then what are the strategies which they have suggested, to get gender imbalance, to cater for this particular problem is you include mentorship programs. Okay, should all you should have special mentoring for those faculty members, you may not be from a background where they have an open atmosphere, so you have to have mentorship programs there. This is something which I have observed in my department, that normally in some other departments like electrical and instrumentation, they are means all the ladies over there, they are not though they are very good in technology, they are very good in communication, but they are not getting opened up, But in my department, as right from the beginning, I was very active. I also had my colleague, as I mentioned, my mentor, Dr. Mrs. So she used to mentor us. I now mentor my juniors. So all the lady faculties in my department are very much empowered. Even the junior most faculty is ready to submit a proposal, they go for publications. So you need to mentor them properly. You have to highlight role models which are women. If you, they should see some role models. As I mentioned, for me, even after madam, the role model. So when you see such role models, it makes you more and more confident. Many times it is seen that when there is a tie break, you have to employ men or female. One post is there, and then if both are at the same level, of course, still you cannot deny that it's going to be a different decision. You should give these, if we give early leadership experiences to ladies, and we also give them some formal leadership development programs, then I'm sure that more and more ladies will come at the top. Because now what we see is a pyramid structure. There are many ladies, even in our institution, there are many ladies. As I said, almost 40 to 50% are ladies in engineering institutions. But if you see the top level, the number is reducing. So it's a pyramid structure. So, of course, that is true for men also, but then this will at least improve the level, the contribution of women at higher and higher levels. So, we have to groom ourselves, we have to help ourselves to get all these qualities which we may not be having at times. And that's why even Indian government is trying their hard. And now you see that this is something very, very important which I would like to highlight. Okay, so all the IITs and NITs, all the top 20 institutions in India, okay, they have joined hands to facilitate the government, and they want to evaluate these institutions on the basis of gender equality. Okay, so one of the parameter which is used to judge the institution is gender equality also, and that has come into action now. So I'm sure that this will also improve the contribution of women in education, especially in technical education. And there are multiple scholarships which are available. So if you go to this particular website, Buddy Food Study, you will see there are multiple scholarships available to girls who are girls and women. So some of them are, you can see that per annum 20, but there are research scholarship for women in technology. So there are so many scholarships these are available. So just go to that website and you will see that a lot of support is being given by government and other agencies to improve the quality. Okay, we also have Leela Poonawalla Foundation. I mentioned about Leela Poonawalla. There are Leela Fellows, Leela Girls, Leela Juniors. She's giving so many scholarships. You want to go abroad and for further studies, she gives scholarships. So please just scan all these scholarships on the website, and I think they'll help you. Okay, you also have L'Oreal India for young women in science. It's a huge scholarship. Up to 2.5 lakh rupees are given for educational expenses. So a lot of support is available. For women also, for engineering, women in engineering and science, there are two schemes, WOSA and WSB. This WOS scheme is basically for pursuing research in basic or applied science in frontier areas of science and technology. Okay, so these are the disciplines in which the scholarship is given, and it is 55,000 per month for 3 years. Okay, and then we also have, this is something very, very interesting. This is a WOSB. This is for those ladies or those women who have a break in their career. Normally it is seen that because of pregnancy or some other house problems, there is a break in the service, and then you don't get a job. So this scholarship is only for those people who have a 2 years break, and then they give you a scholarship of depends on whether you are registered for PhD or you are registered for MTech, 44,000, 55,000, 31,000. In addition to this, you get some equipment also. So I do have one student working with me, and she got 22 lakh proposal she had submitted, and now she's about to complete her PhD job. So it's a very, very good support for those, those women who are out of their career for there is a break for some or the other reason. Please use all such opportunities. So at the end, my advice for aspiring female engineers: be confident in whatever you are doing. As and when required, seek advice from parents, teachers, your faculty. anyone with whom you can have a rapport, talk to them. Ignore stereotypes. Don't, as I say, I took up a job of, I opted for electronics engineering under peer pressure, and everyone is electronics engineer. So ignore those such things. If you like any field, you can be good in any of the fields. As I said, Leela Punawala is a mechanical engineer. And now if you see, even in my college, around 30% girls, or even the seats in mechanical engineering are also full. And as we mentioned, you should encourage and champion other women. Though, as Madam has said, we do have some tendency, to stop others from going up. So we should encourage and champion other women. Sorry. So last slide. One thing you should know: respect cannot be demanded. You have to work hard. You have to prove yourself, and then you have to command your respect. You cannot demand the respect just because you are a woman. And if you want to get a respect, you have to volunteer and demand responsibilities. Nobody is going to serve you anything on a plate. Okay, you have to volunteer for work. You have to demand responsibility. If you volunteer for a work which you like, that's the best option. Because if you don't volunteer, then you will be getting work, but that may not be of your choice, and then something which is not done by anyone will be given to you. So it's always better that you volunteer and demand responsibilities. Once you volunteer for it, have confidence that you can do it. You should be stay relevant to industry, keep on updating your knowledge, interact with industry people, and stay relevant to the industry. This is something last, next point is very important. Outsource thing at home if possible. Okay, you need not do every household with you. If you are getting a maid, please take a maid, please take help of maid, please take help of your spouse, please take help from your children. Anyone who can help you at home, please take their help and make your life more and more comfortable. Okay, and as I said, networking, I always give stress on networking. Okay, networking also helps. You need colleagues, you need some seniors who can vouch for you. During my 37 years of teaching experience, I have so many senior faculty members, male faculty members who have helped me because they have faith in me. They used to vouch for me. Why I got my first deanship? Because there were senior faculty members who vouched for me that, oh, she can do it. Okay, so you need networking, you need people who can vouch for you, and then once you have all these things, no one can stop you. So doesn't matter, you should do what you love and what you want to do. Doesn't matter if it is difficult or what people think about it. If that's what you would like to do, you should go for it. The key for success is to be persistent. Okay, and I end my today's speech with this simple quote from director of product management: recognize and embrace your uniqueness. I don't think the ratios are going to change anytime. We cannot change it, but I don't think it has to be a disadvantage. Being a woman on a team of all men means that you are going to have a unique voice. It's important to embrace that. Okay, so with this, I close my session. I thank you for inviting me to share my views. Of course, these are my own views, and some of the references which I have used here, they are available. Okay, especially this paper you should read, and why not publish a paper on the statistics? It's a good opportunity to study others also. So I think I'll stop here. Hello.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
I can. I'm done. So I'll share how to do that. Just a moment. I stop the share. Yeah, yeah,
Yes, ma'am. Now I'll ask questions
yeah.
related to your.
I hope that time is fine. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. The first question is, do you think there's a stereotype attached to female engineers?
That's what I mentioned. There are stereotypes attached to us, but we should not go into that. Do something which you like to do. Okay, you can do anything. There is nothing like stereotyping. These are all myths. So I told you how you can go to any field. So yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So, second question is, how does education affect women's empowerment, according to you?
So you are if you are better educated, you are always empowered. Actually, my father always used to say that if you are teaching undergraduate students, you should be minimum postgraduate. If you are teaching postgraduate students, you should be a doctorate. So always when you should try to be having an upper hand on whatever you are doing. So education always empowers. That's what, as I told you, my first paper, that was the only paper at that time. No, nobody used to publish papers, so a single additional paper has given me so many opportunities. So always do whatever you want and grab an opportunity and do whatever you could. Okay, study as
Yes,
well, like studies also, this goes for studies also.
yes, ma'am. So, how important is it for women to lift each other up, and what does that mean to you?
Yeah, lifting is very, very important. As I said, earlier this tendency was more. It's a basic instinct that we women have. But then, as I said, you have to come out of it unless you help yourself. Because of course the days are changing. Now every home, I see my spouse helping me out. At times when if I'm late, he will cook for me also. So days are changing. But still, there is some instinct that we have, that jealousy, you can say something of that type. So we should come out of it. And the days are changing. I think now everything is becoming more and more open. So yes, we should help ourselves. Yeah,
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for your time.
it's my
Now,
pleasure.
yes, ma'am. Now, I would like to hand over the session to Ria Bandal.
Uh, Thank you so much, Dr. Preeti Regi ma'am, for enlightening and presenting us on the right way to all of us. We all attendees present over here are blessed to listen your life experience from Indore to Pune. We appreciate having this mysterious area of technical education and research clarified with help of you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for coming over here and giving your auspicious word to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. All the best.
Now, I would request Miss Rajeshwari to introduce our next speaker for today.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Hello. Okay. So, hello everyone. Hello everyone. I am Rajeshwari Nalvalwar. I'm student of secondary ASC department. Today, I would like to introduce you all to Mrs. Seema Mande ma'am. Seema Mande ma'am is a certified cybercrime investigator and cybersecurity professional. She is also a member of ISACA, which provides four professional certificates which are geared up towards information system auditors, risk management, and IT governance professionals. She has overall experience of 21 plus years in the field of general management and information technology. She has been working for past 12 plus years as a freelancer consultant in the field of information security. Not only that, she has also been assisting Pune Police Department in the field of investigation of cyber crimes like financial frauds, email hacking, offense content posting, social media crimes, CCTV, CDR analysis, mobile forensics, data recovery, etc. In addition, Seema ma'am conducts system security audits and workshops for corporates, banks, law enforcement agencies in various schools, colleges, NGOs, etc. Seema ma'am offers information system audit and control for vulnerability assessment and pen testing and setting up security policies, governance, and control. She offers training for cybersecurity and work ethics. She also does cybercrime investigation and forensics for net banking fraud and social media crimes. Furthermore, she also provides counseling and guidance to cybersecurity victims. Seema ma'am got certified with ISO 207001 2000 lead auditor certificate. She has completed her PG diploma in cybersecurity from Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith. She is also a Bachelor of Commerce from Pune University. She got certified as a Cybercrime Intervention Officer and a Cybercrime Investigator from Asian School of Cyber Law. I am absolutely honored that I got to introduce such a astonishing and immaculate personality. And I'm quite sure all of us will benefit out of your vast knowledge and experience, ma'am. Now I would like to request Seema ma'am to please take over the session.
Thank you, Rajeshwari. I have. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Can you hear?
Ma'am.
Yeah, thanks. I said thank you, Rajeshwari, for my introduction.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I will just share my PPT. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. It is. It is visible, ma'am.
That's great. That's great. Okay. First of all, let me thank PDG team for inviting me on this special occasion for the second time. Wish you all a very happy Women's Day. We are late, one day. Still, happy Women's Day. I would like to thank especially Atre ma'am because we had a wonderful session last time. So I hope you will enjoy this session also. It was a pleasure listening to Dr. Vege, and I must congratulate her and her team for the various initiatives they are taking in COP for women. So having said that, I would like to start my presentation. Is it okay if I take this presentation in English and Marathi?
Yes, ma'am. It is totally fine.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. So let's start. मला हे सांगू इच्छिते की डिजिटल स्पेस जी आहे it has, as introduction says, it has opened the doors for cyber criminals and women are their soft targets. Why do you think women are their soft targets? Because of few reasons. कारण आपण गलिबल असतो. We are very much gullible. आपण दुसऱ्यांवरती खूप लवकर विश्वास. Hello.
Sorry to disturb you.
Okay.
We have certain participants out of Maharashtra.
Okay.
So if you use Hindi and English, that
Sure.
will be.
So can I use Hindi and English?
Or only English is also okay.
Okay, no problem.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I normally prefer local language because Hindi or Marathi, because when I discuss the cases, actually they find it more interesting. So that is the reason I normally would like to explain the cases in Marathi or English, Hindi. Is it okay?
Yes, Hindi is okay, madam.
Okay.
Marathi won't be understood by those participants out of
Sure.
Maharashtra.
Sure.
And that's going YouTube live, no? So it would be better.
I didn't get you. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't get you. What did you?
This session is also live on YouTube.
Okay.
That's why if Hindi and English language is used, that will be better.
Sure.
Our request.
Yeah, sure. I totally agree. So what happens normally, women are gullible or girls are gullible, so they are the soft targets. So let's go to the next slide. What happens? I will explain the case studies as and when we face this cyber stalking. And now talking about cyber stalking. So what do you mean or what do you think cyber stalking is? Cyber stalking is nothing but पीछा करना. आप देखते होंगे कि कॉलेज में कोई किसी को पीछा करता है या रोड पे हमें ऐसा फील होता है कि लड़कियों को कोई पीछा कर रहा है, बच्चों को लिए कोई पीछा कर रहा है. So it is not only physically you are being stalked, but now it has become more habitual in cyberspace also. Normally what happens, people think if they are doing cyber stalking, no one is going to catch them or no one is going to realize that someone is stalking on someone. समझ रहे हैं आप मेरी बात. मैं आपको एक बहुत ही बेहतर केस इसमें आपको बताना चाहूंगी. नॉर्मली साइबर स्टॉकिंग क्यों होता है? क्योंकि हम अपनी पर्सनल डिटेल्स बहुत सारी जो है हम रिवील करते रहते हैं उस साइबर स्पेस में. नॉर्मली क्या होता है, अगर आप फेसबुक पे जाते हैं, फेसबुक का लोकेशन हम ऑन करते हैं, हम गूगल मैप में भी जब लोकेशन ऑन करके रखते हैं तो हम भूल जाते हैं उसको ऑफ मोड पे डालना. हम कहीं किसी रेस्टोरेंट में जाते हैं, हम वहाँ का लोकेशन शेयर करते हैं, एंजॉयिंग कॉफी एट स्टारबक्स इन बोथुल, ऐसा कुछ तो हम डाल देते हैं एंड इट बिकम्स इजियर फॉर द स्टॉकर टू स्टॉक यू. अगर कोई पर्टिकुलर आदमी आपको फॉलो कर रहा है, नॉट नेसेसरी आदमी मतलब किसी लड़की को फॉलो करता है, जो थोड़े से मतलब मैं कहूँगी कि ऐसे ये होते हैं दिमाग से हिले हुए, वो नॉर्मली थोड़ा सा ऐसा हो जाता है कि वो स्टॉप करने लगते हैं, या फिर ऐसे लोग होते हैं कि जिनको इनमें से किसी को मेंटली हरास करना है या फाइनेंशियल मोटिव कुछ होता है, ऐसे बातों में साइबर स्टॉकिंग बहुत सारे हो जाते हैं। So, एक केस में आपके साथ वहाँ पे डिस्कस करना चाहूंगी। There was a person, he was a IT engineer working in a good company. So he had a good weekend. So he posted on Facebook. उसने सोचा कि why to tell everyone on message that I am going for a tour for 4 days. So what he did was उसने अपने Facebook प्रोफाइल पे डाल दिया कि going out for a weekend. और उसने प्लेस भी डाल दी, नो वन एट होम ऐसा करके डाल दिया। व्हेन ही केम बैक फ्रॉम द टूर, उसने देखा उसका घर में पूरी चोरी हो चुकी थी, नेक्स्ट डे के कपड़े भी उसके वहां पे नहीं थे। नॉर्मली व्हाट हैपेंस इज व्हेन वी गो वी पुट इट ऑन फेसबुक कि हम लोग जा रहे हैं, बट वी फॉरगेट व्हेन वी कम बैक दैट आल्सो शुड वी शुड पुट ऑन द फेसबुक। इसके और मैं वजह बताना चाहूंगी आपको। Normally, cases ऐसे बहुत से देखे गए हैं when a stalker is aware that you are going outside India or outside Pune or outside your home station. What happens is we normally tend to put our photographs taking the luggage to the airport or near the taxi. We click our selfies and we post it on Facebook or any social media website. So what happens? The stalker knows that you are going out of station, and then he also follows you, and once you come back you don't post it that you have come back. So what the stalker does is takes the advantage of this situation, and he writes down to your friends and relatives that as you posting him as a victim who is in Dubai or somewhere else, that I am in problem, please help me. I don't have my cash has been stolen, my wallet has been stolen, so please help me out. The person, the relatives or the friends here in India doesn't know. They have seen the person who have been traveling, so they feel that yes, you are in some problem, and then what they tend to do is they either transfer the money on the account the fraudster has given them, or they don't think that we should double check it with the person's relative who is once, like his wife or children, someone else, or parents for that matter. They don't feel that they should cross check it with them. They immediately what they do is they transfer the amount. This is how what happens if you are being stalked. So to avoid cyber stalking, what you should do is you should keep your profile on social media. Social media ऐसी चीज नहीं है कि जहाँ पर आप सब आपकी जो प्राइवेट चीजें हैं वो डाल रहे हैं. It is not advisable that you should share everything on social media. Avoid using real name. अगर वो आपका formal account है या official account है, then it's okay to use real name. But if you are on Instagram, if it is your Facebook profile, or if you are on Twitter, I would suggest that you shouldn't use your real name. You should always update your software, because sometimes what happens if your software is not updated, what happens if it means all the because it has a vulnerability of or a bug in it, then it can remove your IP address, your location to the concerned person, and that is how you can be stopped. Then you should maintain a good digital hygiene. Now, what we mean digital hygiene is that you should not write any inappropriate comments, or you should not write anything that is, or you should not like anything which is not appropriate on the social media websites. Normally, what happens if you write something which will attract more people on social media, then you are likely to be stopped. साइबर बुलिंग, अगर इसको हिंदी में कहा जाए तो किसी को चिढ़ाना उसको मतलब हर्ट होने तक चिढ़ाना या उसको मतलब हम बातें बातें में एक दूसरे को चिढ़ाते हैं, ये बात अलग है, बट साइबर बुलिंग नॉर्मली crosses its limits. Why? Because again, people think that they cannot be praised. The one who is bullying the other person cannot be praised. ऐसे लोगों के मन में होता है that they can keep themselves hide behind the seal. But this is not true. अब यहाँ पर भी मैं आपको एक छोटा एग्जांपल देना चाहूंगी. एक केस आई थी हमारे पास. एक स्कूल गोइंग बॉय था. नॉर्मली आजकल पीयर प्रेशर की वजह से बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स होने लगे हैं. So he was new in the school, and the school boys who were earlier there, they had iPhones with everyone. तो उनका वो जो छोटा ग्रुप था, उन्होंने इस लड़के से कहा कि if you want to be our friend or you want to get in this group, so you should have an iPhone. वो जो लड़का था वो एक मिडिल क्लास फैमिली को बिलोंग करता था एंड ही couldn't afford an iPhone to get into that group. धीरे धीरे ये बच्चे उसको चिढ़ाने लगे. whenever he used to come to school, वो उसको चिढ़ाने लगे. उसके मतलब फाइनेंशियल इश्यूज के ऊपर से, उसकी मतलब वो आईफोन अफोर्ड नहीं कर पा रहा था, इसलिए इसका प्रॉब्लम ये होने लगा कि दैट चाइल्ड स्टार्टेड इग्नोरिंग और गोइंग टू स्कूल. वो डरने लगा स्कूल में जाने के लिए. What he tried to tell parents, he didn't reveal कि वो स्कूल क्यों नहीं जाना चाहता है. कभी पेट दर्द का बहाना करने लगा, कभी सर दर्द का बहाना करने लगा. So it is okay till then. See, in cyberbullying, if everyone is laughing with you, then it's good. But everybody is laughing at you, then it's not good. You should know in what limit you should go. अगर आपको ऐसा लग रहा है कि you are getting hurt, आपको अगर चिढ़ाने की वजह से you are getting hurt, अगर आपको लग रहा है कि यार मैं 2-3 बार बता रही हूँ, फिर भी आपको ये लोग चिढ़ाए जा रहे, because in cyber space अगर एक चीज आप मतलब बुली कर रही है तो it doesn't remain in that group itself. वो बहुत जगह पर डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हो सकती है, बिकॉज साइबर जो है वो लिमिटेड, उस पर बाउंड्रीज नहीं है. तो बाउंड्रीज नहीं होने की वजह से यू शुड अंडरस्टैंड द सीरियसनेस. ये फुटप्रिंट रखता है अपना. सो यू शुड ऑलवेज सी कि अगर आपको लग रहा है कि यू आर बीइंग बुलिड, सो बेटर आप पहले ही जो ये बुली कर रहा है उससे बात करें, उसको समझाएं कि you are not liking what he is or she is doing. ये आपको बताना बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि इसके अगले स्लाइड में हम देखेंगे कि इसके रिपरकशंस बहुत बुरे हैं. So how to avoid bullying is never post your personal information. ये तो हर सोशल मीडिया के बारे में आपको सावधानी बरतनी है. You should never post any personal information on cyberspace. Then don't be believing. कोई अगर आपको कुछ कह रहा है तो उसके ऊपर विश्वास मत रखिए. पहले आप एक्सपीरियंस कीजिए कि ये जो कह रहा है वो सही है या नहीं है. And then you should think कि अगर ये कुछ बता रहा है तो उसके ऊपर कितना विश्वास रखना है या उसको कितना फॉलो करना है. Don't respond to any messages with anger. अगर कोई किसी के मतलब खिलाफ कुछ लिख रहा है तो उसके ऊपर अपने कमेंट्स मत दीजिए, वो भी गुस्से में आकर. अगर आप ऐसा कुछ करते हैं तो उसको और चांस सामने वाले रजिस्टर को और उस आपके खिलाफ जाने का चांस मिलता है. सो डोंट रिस्पॉन्ड. डोंट फॉरवर्ड एनी चेन मेल्स. नॉर्मली चेन मेल्स में कैसे होता है कि आपका मतलब डिटेल्स आपने भी फॉरवर्ड किया, ये डिटेल्स जाते हैं और उसके ऊपर से भी काफी हमारे पास केसेस आए कि जिसमें फिर विक्टिम तो मतलब ये किया जाता है कि इसने भी फॉरवर्ड किया था, ये भी उसमें थी. So don't engage in any kind of this type of forward. Always proofread your messages. आप जब भी कुछ comments या कुछ लिखते हैं सोशल मीडिया पे या मेल्स में, so always have an habit to proofread it, ताकि ऐसा ना हो कि कुछ अगर गलत मैसेज जा रहा है. Because see what happens is अगर आपने कुछ लिखा है तो there are so many people with different angle, with different thinking. आपने एक मतलब इससे लिखा है कि जिसमें आपको कहना कुछ अलग है लेकिन लोग कुछ अलग ही समझ रहे हैं. सो आपको न्यूट्रल पॉइंट में लिखना है कि सो दैट देयर when it goes to the person it should not be misunderstood. Don't post anything that is very private. ये तो बार बार मैं हर स्लाइड्स में कहूंगी कि जो आपके लिए बहुत प्राइवेट है you shouldn't post it on the social media. So these are the psychological impact जो मैं आपको बता रही थी कि साइबर बुलिंग जो होते हैं उनके ऊपर साइकोलॉजिकल इम्पैक्ट क्या क्या आता है. तो दे फील पावरलेसनेस, उनको लगता नहीं है कि मैं इस जो मैं मुझे बुली कर रहा है उसको मैं कैसे आंसर करूं, मैं उसको कैसे स्टॉप करूं, ये समझ में नहीं आता है. वो रात रात भर सो नहीं सकते. ये बच्चे के बारे में ऐसे ही हुआ था कि बार बार में वो डिप्रेशन में जाने लगा. He was not able to think कि यार मैं पेरेंट्स को कैसे बताऊं, अगर पेरेंट्स को बताऊंगा तो क्या होगा. तो इसकी वजह से वो रात रात भर सोता नहीं था. उसका खुद के ऊपर से जो कॉन्फिडेंस था वो जाने लगा. उसको ऐसे लगने लगा कि अगर सपोज घर में पेरेंट्स भी उसको कुछ फिर बोलने लगे तो उसे ऐसा लगता था सारी दुनिया मेरे खिलाफ है, मुझे मैं स्कूल में नहीं जा सकता हूँ, मेरे पेरेंट्स मेरे साथ नहीं. मेरे पेरेंट्स को भी ऐसे ही लगता है कि मैं ऐसा हूँ. सो उसका जो कॉन्फिडेंस है वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा नीचे जाने लगा. पैनिक अटैक्स आने लगे कि भाई अगर मैं ये करता हूँ तो उसका क्या होगा, रिपरकशंस, मैं कैसे बिहेव करूँ. So this is all what normally the psychological impact is on a cyber crime victim or cyber bully. वुमेन का मैं इसलिए कह रही हूँ क्योंकि उनके साथ ये चीजें काफी हद तक होती रहती हैं. I have seen many cases in my 15 years career कि जिसमें पहले तो बहुत अच्छी फ्रेंडशिप होती है लेकिन वो फ्रेंडशिप हो जाने के बाद नॉर्मली कैसे होता है वर्चुअल वर्ल्ड में यू नेवर नो सामने वाला आदमी क्या चाहता है, क्या है उसके मन में. एंड वी वुमेन आर वेरी ससेप्टेबल टू दिस क्योंकि हम सामने वाला जो कह रहा है उसके ऊपर विश्वास रखते रहते हैं. सो दीज आर द इम्पैक्ट्स, सोशल फिजियोलॉजिकल impacts on the cyberbullied women or children. अगर हम मॉर्फिंग, ये तो सबसे भयावह और डरावना ये है. वी आर वेरी मच प्रोन टेकिंग सेल्फीज. मैं हर अपने लेक्चर्स में कहती हूँ अवॉइड टेकिंग सेल्फीज. नॉर्मली क्या होता है, वापस मैं एक केस यहाँ पे डिस्कस करना चाहूंगी. एक कॉलेज गोइंग गर्ल who used to take selfie every now and then. उसके एक फ्रेंड ने which was a virtual friend of hers उसको फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट भेजी थी which unknowingly she accepted. उसे पता नहीं था कि ये फ्रेंड कैसे है, इसके मतलब फ्रेंड सर्कल में से इसने मुझे फ्रेंड्स रिक्वेस्ट भेजी है, बट स्टिल उसने उसकी फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट एक्सेप्ट कर ली और ये फेसबुक के ऊपर उसने सारे फोटोज वो अपलोड करती थी, इंस्टाग्राम के ऊपर अपलोड करती थी. सो व्हाट दिस पर्सन डिड वाज उसके सिर्फ जो चेहरा था उसके फोटोज उसने जो थे वो मॉर्फ किए. मॉर्फ में करने के बाद उसने कुछ ऐसे फोटोग्राफ्स अपलोड किए जिसमें चेहरा तो इस लड़की का था लेकिन जो एक्ट वो कर रही थी दैट वाज डन बाय समवन एल्स. बट द फोटोग्राफ्स एंड द वीडियो शोड एज इफ दैट गर्ल इज डूइंग दैट एक्ट. इससे क्या हुआ तो वो लड़की के मतलब बदनामी कारक पूरा वीडियो सब जगह पे अपलोड होने लगे थे. So when she came across कि ऐसा कुछ हो रहा है, she came to cyber cell and she registered a complaint कि ऐसे ऐसे मेरे फोटोज पर मतलब कुछ हो रहा है मिसयूज. And then when we checked or investigated, more than 80 websites had her videos which we had to delete. अब ये मतलब इतना प्रॉब्लमेटिक हो जाता है. यू नेवर नो कि पोर्नोग्राफिक वेबसाइट पे क्या होता है. Once you upload a photo or a video, it is going to be circulated like a virus. क्योंकि एक आदमी उसको देखेगा, वो डाउनलोड करता है, डाउनलोड के बाद अपलोड करता है. आप जान भी नहीं सकते हैं कि आपके फोटोज और वीडियोस कहाँ तक और कौन से वेबसाइट के ऊपर अपलोड हुए हैं. सो इट बिकम्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट फॉर अस टू इन्वेस्टिगेट आल्सो एंड टू डिलीट दोस फोटोग्राफ्स और वीडियोस. एक अभी बीच में मेरे पास एक केस आई थी एक औरत ने कहा कि मैम मेरे कुछ फोटोग्राफ जो थे वो ऐसे मुझे लग रहे हैं कि किसी ने फेसबुक पर मुझे मेरा प्रोफाइल मतलब अकाउंट जो है हैक किया है और उसने फेक प्रोफाइल बना के उसी के ऊपर वो अपलोड कर रहा है। सो दिस नॉर्मली हैपेंस। ये यहाँ तक ही सीमित है तो इट्स ओके कि बाबा उसने सिर्फ एक प्रोफाइल बना है। अगर लेकिन वो मॉर्फ करता है then it becomes very difficult। आपको मतलब पता नहीं आपके फोटोग्राफ्स और वीडियोस का मतलब किस तरह से मिसयूज हो सकता है। This is again harassment through emails includes blackmailing, threatening, bullying। उसमें एक मैं ऐसे एक केस बताना चाहूंगी। 14-15 साल की बच्ची थी और वो गूगल टॉक के ऊपर काफी एक्टिव रहा करती थी। एक आदमी ने सामने से उसको मतलब रिक्वेस्ट भेजी, दे स्टार्टेड चैटिंग और उसपे से उसने उसके नॉर्मली जो फ्रॉडस्टर्स होते हैं वो क्या करते हैं कि कुछ ऐसे ईमेल प्रोवाइडर्स हैं कि जो आपका रियल आईपी एड्रेस नहीं दिखाते। ईमेल एड्रेस प्रोवाइडर्स के एड्रेसेस वहां पे जाते हैं। So for them this becomes very easier because by the time we investigate the case काफी कुछ नुकसान हो गया होता है। सो दे फील कि अगर हम ऐसे कुछ ईमेल प्रोवाइडर्स का मतलब सर्विसेज लें तो वी कैन हाइड आवरसेल्फ आवर आइडेंटिटी बिहाइंड दिस सर्विस प्रोवाइडर। सो ये जो ईमेल स्कैम्स हैं नॉर्मली दिस हैज बीन सीन इन कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड कि वुमेन हरासमेंट जो होती है वो ईमेल कोई तो एक्स बॉक्स बॉस है वो मतलब परेशान करता है ईमेल्स क्योंकि काफी बार क्या हो जाता है कॉर्पोरेट में हमने देखा है कि even though the employee has left the organization his email is active। they forget to deactivate email addresses तो उससे से नॉर्मली क्या हो जाता है कि जो मेल विक्टिम्स मेल फ्रॉडस्टर्स हैं वो फीमेल को हरास करने के लिए वो ईमेल एड्रेसेस यूज करते हैं। Just to give one example of this, the corporate case has come to me few years back। उसमें क्या हुआ था फीमेल बॉस थी जिसने एक मेल एम्प्लॉय को बिकॉज ऑफ हिज बैड कंडक्ट इन द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन उसको निकाल दिया था। ये बात उसने इतनी मतलब उसको बुरी लगी मेल एम्प्लॉय को कि और as I said that the company had forgotten to delete the email for his email formal email। So what he did is जो फीमेल थी उसको ध्यान में आया वो जा रही थी यूएस। So what she did again as I said she took her selfie on the while she was traveling through the taxi to the airport और वो पोस्ट कर दी फेसबुक के ऊपर। जिस पर्सन वाज स्टॉकिंग हर उसको पता चला कि ये उस जा रही है। सो व्हाट ही डिड वाज उसी ईमेल से उससे एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटीज को मेल भेजी that such and such person is traveling to US but she has a fake passport and she is carrying drugs along with her। तो जैसे ही वो एयरपोर्ट पहुंची एयरपोर्ट ऑफिशियल्स ने उस लेडी को बाजू में लिया उसका पासपोर्ट उन्होंने स्कैन किया उसका सारा लगेज स्कैन हुआ। शी मिस्ड हर फ्लाइट फॉर यूएस एंड देन शी हैज टू गो फ्रॉम लॉट ऑफ स्क्रूटिनी एंड एवरीथिंग। बाद में वो आदमी पकड़ा गया बट द हरासमेंट द मेंटल टॉर्चर व्हिच शी वेंट अलोंग was tremendous। वो उस हादसे से बहुत ही मुश्किल से मतलब ऊपर आ पाई। She had to go to the psychologist इस हादसे से बाहर आने के लिए। So this is what happens normally in email scams। People do harassment use it for the harassment। So these are some types of social media crime। Profile hacking as I said it's Facebook profile का मैं सबसे ज़्यादा नाम लूँगी इसमें because normally fraudster what he does is he uses fake profile to harass a woman or a girl normally। मेरे पास ऐसे काफी केसेस हैं जिसको मैं डिस्कस कर सकती हूँ जिसमें एक लड़की को तंग करने के लिए उसका ही फेक प्रोफाइल फेसबुक पे बनाया उसके वापस फोटोज जो उसके ओरिजिनल प्रोफाइल में थे वो प्रोफाइल से वो पिक्चर्स लिए उसको मॉर्फ किया और इस फेक प्रोफाइल पे डाले ऑप्सिंग मटेरियल कुछ डाला उसके ऊपर एब्यूजिव लैंग्वेज डाल के उसकी उसी के फ्रेंड सर्कल में उसने फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट भेजी वन ऑफ द गर्ल केम and she told this victim that there is a profile of yours and it is circulating friend request and it contains a very obscene and abusive language, obscene photographs. When the girl looked at the profile, she was amazed and surprised to see that her fake profile was created. So it was her own friend who had done this. फोटो मॉर्फिंग के बारे में तो हमने पढ़ा है ऑफर एंड शॉपिंग स्कैम ये आजकल बहुत ही ये ट्रेंड चालू है अगर आपने पेपर्स में वगैरह पढ़ा हुआ रिसेंटली मैं आपको दो केसेस बताना चाहूंगी फेसबुक पे जो छोटे छोटे एड्स आते हैं हैव यू सीन देम तो नॉर्मली नॉट नेसेसरी इट इज फ्रॉम अ जेन्युइन सोर्स एक केस में ऐसा हुआ था एक लड़की को फेसबुक पे ही वो छोटे एड्स आते हैं ऑन विच द लिपस्टिक आई डोंट नो द कंपनीज नेम बट दे वर ऑफरिंग द लिपस्टिक फॉर 293 rupees so she got moved to this offer and what she did was she ordered this lipstick so and she paid online. So after a month's time, the delivery was not done. So what she did was she went to the company's website. She didn't find any contact details on that. So she googled it, the name of the company, and she found some customer care number on the that website. So she called and, on that website and told that I have placed this order. This is my order number. Can you tell me when this order will be delivered? The person on the other side told her that this order can be delivered as the vendor doesn't have it in stock. So would you like to have a refund? The girl said, okay, sure, I would like to have a refund. The person said, okay, then share your, I will share a QR code with you. What you have to do is scan the QR code and transfer 5 rupees first in my account. So the lady did the way the person paid her. In this way, not realizing that this person is a fraudster, she lost 93,000 rupees for 293 rupees refund. This is what happens. The second case I would like to discuss is same on a Facebook profile. One of the ladies saw a plazo for 500 rupees. This is during Diwali. So what she did was the plazo was good. It was costing 2,500 outside. So what she did was she ordered the plazo and paid online to on that website. After 15 days time, she realized that she didn't got the delivery. So she again called the customer care number of that website. The person told him, yes, we can refund you. तो मैडम मैं आपको QR कोड भेजता हूँ. You just have to scan. और what he told her कि मैडम जो अमाउंट की प्लेस है वहाँ पे आप ये कोड डाल दीजिए so that then the amount will get transferred to your account. This lady didn't realize कि ये क्या बोल रहा है and she questioned him also that what are you telling? How can I put a coupon code or a code in the amount section? What she did was the person told her that you first put 19,000 19000 code in the amount section. She did that. 19,000 was deducted from her account. Then again he set some amount code. She typed the code and again some amount was deducted from her account. So like this she lost 50,000 rupees. It was in 3 transactions. She got a message from the bank immediately that her balance was 0. So that person also realized that now she has lost all the money. She doesn't have any balance in the account. So what he said was, okay, I will try again and call you back. And he disconnected the phone. The lady got, I was surprised कि यार मैंने तो कोई डाला था तो मेरे बैंक से कैसे पैसे गए? When she contacted me, I told her that no, this is a cyber crime and you have been victim of a net banking fraud. So why don't you go to the cyber cell and give the complaint? So the lady said, okay, I will do the needful. The next day morning, that person, आप उसकी हिम्मत देखिए, उसने वापस कॉल किया इस औरत को, क्यों आपको फुल टाइम क्यूआर कोड स्कैन करके आपके पैसे वापस नहीं लेंगे? द लेडी अगेन कॉल्ड मी एंड आस्क्ड कि अरे उसने वापस फोन किया है, ही वांट्स टू रिटर्न माय मनी, सो शुड आई स्कैन द कोड? आई सेड नहीं, वो आपको लूट कर रहा है, ऐसे कुछ नहीं हो सकता है, प्लीज डोंट डू एनीथिंग. But that lady didn't listen to me, and she again scanned the code and she lost 5,000 rupees. And then she realized कि अब नहीं, कुछ तो गलत हो गया, and then now she is fighting to get that money back. So this is what happens in offers and shopping scam. Romance and dating scam ये बहुत आम है वापस. इसमें आपको और केस में बताना चाहूंगी कि डेटिंग स्कैम्स में नॉर्मली क्या होता है कि आप डेटिंग साइट पे जाते हैं, you tend to make friends on dating websites. एक आदमी ने ऐसे ही he was very much frustrated, उसके घर में कुछ मतलब हालात ठीक नहीं थे, उसकी बीवी के साथ बनती नहीं थी, उसकी एक छोटी बच्ची थी जो अक्सर बीमार रहा करती थी. So उसने डेटिंग वेबसाइट के ऊपर एक औरत से जान पहचान बनाई. The lady used to tell him that she is from US. और उसने अपने सारे प्रॉब्लम्स वो लेडी के साथ डिस्कस करने लगा, और उस लेडी ने ऐसे बताया that she is in love with this man and she would like to get married. एक दिन उस लेडी ने कहा, अगर तुम्हें इतना फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम है तो why don't you do one thing, why don't you supply a typical type of seed to us, because we are in huge demand of that seed. तो उस आदमी ने कहा ठीक है, कहाँ मिलता है, कैसे मिलता है. सो व्हेन ही इंक्वायर्ड, वो लेडी ने ही उसको सारी डिटेल्स दी कहाँ से वो सीड्स खरीदने हैं और कैसे खरीदने हैं. सो जब उसने उस सीड्स के बारे में जानकारी ली तो ही फाउंड आउट दैट द सीड्स वर 100 rupees a kg, एंड द लेडी टोल्ड हिम कि 100 rupees में नहीं, मतलब यू कैन सेल इट फॉर $40 here in US. So I will make it a point that our company will buy this from you only. We will add you in our supplies list, and you can supply those seeds to us. ये आदमी को लगा कि yes, whatever details she is telling, they are true, and उसने seeds purchase किए. पहले 1 लाख से seeds purchase किए, तो पैसे तो इसने दे दिए लेकिन उसको seeds कभी मिले ही नहीं. Then again उसने फिर कहा कि यार मेरे को तो प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, तो once again what she said कि ओके ठीक है, मैं दूसरे वेंडर लेता हूँ. दूसरे वेंडर से उसने खरीदे, ऐसे उसको पैसे का मतलब चूना लग गया. And then when he was out of all the money, I think so near about 7 to 8 lakhs he paid for the seeds, and he never got any seeds. So वो औरत ने उसके साथ कांटेक्ट करना कम करने लगी, वो कुछ बहाने बनाने लगी. So then what she suggested कि एक आप क्यों नहीं करते, why don't you go for a loan, personal loan, and then you can again try for the seeds. और उसी में एक वेबसाइट बताई जहाँ पे पर्सनल लोन विदाउट एनी डॉक्यूमेंट्स और विदाउट एनी चेक आपको मिल सकते हैं. सो ही वेंट टू दैट वेबसाइट, उसने देखा कि वहाँ पे अच्छे इंटरेस्ट रेट पे पर्सनल लोन्स मिलते हैं. सो ही अप्लाइड फॉर दैट लोन, एंड जब बैंक ने उसको फोन किया, कांटेक्ट किया, दैट पर्सन कॉल्ड एंड सेड कि आई एम कॉलिंग फ्रॉम सच एंड सच बैंक एंड यू हैव अप्लाइड फॉर पर्सनल लोन. सो उससे एक दो चीजें उससे पूछी जिसमें उसने आंसर किया, इससे ठीक है आपको ट्रांसफर फीस के लिए इतने पैसे भरने होंगे, स्टैम्प ड्यूटी के लिए इतने पैसे भरने पड़ेंगे, और अलग-अलग इतनी चीजें बताएंगे जिसमें से वापस उस आदमी ने एक-एक करके पैसे अपने दोस्तों से उधार लेके वो भरता गया, जिसमें अगेन ही वाज due for 5 lakh rupees. So all in all 10 lakh rupees उसके खाते में से निकल चुके थे, and he was I mean frustrated. केस अभी चल रही है. So this is what happens on romance and dating sites. लोग dating अगर आप देखेंगे तो normally this happens जब elections आते हैं या political कुछ स्कैम्स चालू होते हैं, तो उस वक्त ये लिंक डेटिंग होती है कि आपको एक लिंक आती है कि भाई ऐसा ऐसा हो रहा है, प्लीज क्लिक ऑन द लिंक और वोट फॉर समथिंग लाइक दैट. और उसमें से आपका मतलब either you are in or out for that thing. So he this is what link waiting is. आप link के ऊपर click करके आप ना वो डालते हैं कि yes I feel this what they are saying is right or you vote against them. Information theft तो हर जगह पे होती है वॉट एवर एप्लीकेशंस यू यूज आपसे अलग अलग तरह के इंफॉर्मेशन वो पूछते हैं आपका लोकेशन यू विल हैव टू शेयर योर कॉन्टैक्ट डिटेल्स प्लीज एंटर योर एरिया एंटर योर स्टेट ये सब इंफॉर्मेशन आपसे लेते हैं सबसे इंफॉर्मेशन है सबसे बड़ा हम लोग मतलब ऐसे शेयर करते हैं विदाउट I mean, we are realizing कि we are sharing our information is malls में होता है. If you remember, if you go to a mall, if you purchase something, जब आप काउंटर पर उसको पेमेंट करने जाते हैं, बस मैम आपके पास इसका कार्ड है क्या? ये वाला मॉल का. We say no. तो मैम 2 मिनट लगेंगे आप कार्ड ले लोगे, you will get a reward for this 20%, 10%, and then you share your mobile phone, your name, your address, everything. And then you never know कि इस information का use कौन कैसे करता है. You normally are surprised when you get a call from a bank or a person saying कि भैया फलाना चीजों के लिए आपने मतलब लोन लिया है या some personal details which you feel कि there is not related there and how does this person wants to know about this. क्योंकि हमने कहीं से मतलब ऐसी information ले कर भी होती है unknowingly जिसका फायदा ये लोग उठा लेते हैं. Cyber bullying we have already discussed. So these are some social media crimes. So personal data theft के लिए मैं आपको ये वीडियो दिखाना चाहूँगी, which is a very interesting video.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Just a minute.
You might need to share the screen of the video.
Just yeah, it is on my actually PPT itself. So just a minute. You have some other settings for this so that I can.
You can just click on that video link. I will check whether it is visible or no, and accordingly.
Okay, I'm just clicking on the video. Okay, it is saying open. I have open. Can you see? Hello.
No, you please share the tab in which the video is being played.
Just a minute. This is the tab. Can you see this slide?
You can you go to the right side where you are presenting the screen. You stop screen and you share the screen in which the video is being played.
Just a minute. So you want me to stop the sharing? You said.
Yes, on the right hand side you have that sharing tab, no?
Yeah. So I will stop the sharing. Okay.
Yes. And present now and present the screen in which the video is being played.
Just a minute. But now I'm not able to see how can.
You can open that video in another tab, and that tab you can share.
Yes, but I'm not able to see the sharing option.
Present now, right?
No, I'm not. I'm not able to see that. Just oh, right now it is. Okay. I'll say your entire screen will not be able to. No, ma'am, I'm not able to see the where I can.
Okay, if possible, you can share the link for the video. So by the time you finish the presentation, we can play the video here. Or
Yes.
if you are playing the video in second tab, you go to the right hand side and you can select present now. And in that, the
Just
open window you can share.
see what. Okay, just a minute. I will open the and then.
I mean, play the video. I mean, pause it. I mean, open the video.
Yes.
Ah, then select present now.
Yes. Is a now tab or a window? What should I say?
Window, not tab. Tab is
Okay.
Chrome, na?
It is just giving me one option
Which option, ma'am?
in which I can see this screen itself. I mean the webinar screen. I don't have any.
Share the link, ma'am. No problem. If it is on the YouTube, you
No,
can.
it is not on the YouTube. Actually, I got it from somewhere else, the source,
Okay,
and
okay.
on the desktop actually.
If you play that video in MP4 player, no, that is also.
Yeah, yeah, it is playing in MP4, but how do I share it?
In Google Meet, you should be able to see the present now screen, ma'am.
Yeah, I am able to see the present now. See, I am getting your entire screen option of window or tab. Best video and animation. That is
Then it must be window, and that window must be open. If you minimize the MP4 tab window, na, then you will
okay.
be able to see that window. All windows should be open, not minimized.
Okay, just a minute.
You have one more time, ma'am.
Yeah,
And
yeah, that's what I'm doing. Just give me a second. Yeah.
yes, ma'am. It's visible. Yes, ma'am.
It's visible?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Perfect. Yes. Now you may start, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah. Just a minute. Window. So that was the video. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So our personal information is very much important. I would like to tell you that even if you go for a Xerox of your PAN card or your Aadhaar or your photograph, please see to it that if the person tells you that मैम ये ठीक से नहीं आया मैं आपको दूसरा निकाल के देती हूँ, make it at the point that you should take that thing which is not has not clearly come to in your custody so that then you can tear it off or you can do whatever you want to do it with. But don't leave it there itself because that is a very important document. That is your government identification. Anybody can misuse it. This is how the data is stolen, and is normally what happens is these guys, I'm not saying everyone does this, but normally what do they is they collect this type of information and then sell it to the vendors, the fraudsters, which we don't even in our dream also we can't think that कि ऐसा हमारा information लीक हुआ है. So make it a point that you are aware whenever you go. आपको एक मैं किस्सा बताना चाहूँगी जो मेरे खुद के साथ हुआ था. I was in a mall in Pune where they previously they used to do it कि आप जब उनको कार्ड स्वाइप करने के लिए देते हैं वो पॉज के ऊपर भी आपका कार्ड स्वाइप करते हैं. Again what they used to do is they used to swap the card on the desktop too. They had some tool which was deployed on the system and they used to swipe it there also. So I had to ask them why they are swiping it twice. They said कि नहीं मैम आपके कार्ड के डिटेल्स हमारे सिस्टम में नहीं आते, so we have to swipe it in our system too. I said why do you need my information on your system? अगर कोई टेक्निकल गाय है तो what he can do is he can go into that software and he can take out the details of my cards and he can do whatever he wants to do with my card. क्योंकि सारे डिटेल्स उसके पास आ गए हैं. So you have to be alert and aware whenever you share your personal details. हम किसी काम पर जाते हैं तो सामने वाला आपको नंबर पूछ लेता है कि ignorantly give नंबर. ये भी नहीं सोचते कि आगे जो आदमी खड़ा है he also can take our number and he can stalk us. आपको फोन कर सकता है, आपको कुछ भी कह बता सकता है, मतलब anything can happen. I mean I don't want to just scare you, लेकिन आप ध्यान रखिए कि आपकी इस इंफॉर्मेशन का मिसयूज कितनी तरह से हो सकता है. So be little aware कि हमें क्या शेयर करना है और क्या नहीं करना है. If you feel कि अगर ये इंफॉर्मेशन इस जगह पे देनी जरूरी नहीं है, then don't share. आप उसको क्वेश्चन कीजिए कि भाई ये आप इंफॉर्मेशन मुझसे क्यों पूछ रहे हैं? Why do you need this? मैं तो यहाँ पे सिर्फ एक बुक लेने के लिए आया हूँ and you are asking about मैं कहाँ से हूँ, मैं क्या करती हूँ. Why do you need this? Asking questions will, I think that will save you from a lot of trouble. हम क्या करते हैं, हम इग्नोर में रहते हैं कि क्या पूछा रहेगा. ये सर्वे लेते हैं मॉल्स में. What we do is we blindly give all the information in that survey. We have seen कि अगर आप Amazon पे कुछ चीजें खरीदते हैं एक और immediately within 2 or 4 seconds आपके Facebook के पेज के ऊपर एक्टिविटी लॉगिन में आ जाता है that you have purchased this book. अगर आप वीडियो लाइक करते हैं, वीडियो आप देख लेते हैं Facebook पे, next time on your suggested for you पे आ जाता है. So this is what happens. You are never safe on cyberspace. So please be alert. आप ध्यान रखिए आप क्या लाइक कर रहे हैं, क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं. This is your all personal information. प्रोफाइल हो सकती है इसके ऊपर से कि आप लाइक और डिसलाइक कीजिए कि भाई ये फलाना, अगर मैं कहूँ तो ये फलाना व्यक्ति को पिंक कलर पसंद है because normally when I go for shopping or on Amazon if I am looking for dresses I normally tend to look for a pink dress. So that is how they profile कि भाई इस औरत को या इस लड़की को पिंक कलर का ड्रेस अच्छा लगता है, इसको जीन्स पसंद है, इसको इस टाइप की क्लिप पसंद है, इसको एक्सेसरीज में ऐसे मतलब हेडफोन्स अच्छे लगते हैं. So they profile it and then every data, even for that matter, अगर आप कोई मेडिसिन यूज कर रहे हैं, वो मेडिसिन भी अगर आप वेबसाइट से ले रहे हैं, that website is not secure और अगर your system is not secure, if it is compromised, तो आपको वो कौन से टाइप की मेडिसिन आप ले रहे हैं वो भी सामने वाले को पता चल सकता है and then that information can be misused. So you have to be absolutely careful. So I would like to now talk about the opportunities for women in cybersecurity. Cybersecurity में मैं तो कहूँगी कि women's की बहुत कमी है. अगर आप सबसे नीचे वाला पॉइंट देखेंगे तो अनफिल्ड साइबर सिक्योरिटी जॉब में 1 million in 2014 था और फिगर 5 million in 2021 में है, which is अगर का डेटा देखते हैं तो जस्ट 11 ये वाला अगर देखते हैं जस्ट 11% ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री वर्ल्ड वाइड. साइबर सिक्योरिटी में औरतें या लड़कियां आना ही नहीं चाहती, उनको ऐसे लगता है कि यार ये फील्ड अपने लिए नहीं है, बट इट इज नॉट ट्रू. आप लोगों की जरूरत है साइबर सिक्योरिटी में. अलग अलग फील्ड्स हैं साइबर सिक्योरिटी में जिसके ऊपर है. सबसे बड़ी बात आपको मैं बताना चाहूंगी कि सबसे अगर आपको सिक्योर जॉब चैलेंजिंग जॉब और हाईली पेड जॉब्स चाहिए तो साइबर सिक्योरिटी में है ये। अगर आप इंसिडेंट रिस्पॉन्डेंट करके लगती हैं तो इट इज अ वेरी डिमांडिंग जॉब। पेन टेस्टर हैं, SOC एनालिस्ट हैं, SIEM दैट इज सिक्योरिटी इन्फॉर्मेशन एंड इवेंट मैनेजमेंट है। यहाँ पर आपके लिए काफी जॉब्स हैं। इवन फॉर दैट मैटर साइकोलॉजिस्ट, आपको पता है नहीं मुझे मालूम नहीं, लेकिन साइबर क्रिमिनल्स खुद भी साइकोलॉजिस्ट एक ऐसा दिन है जहाँ पे आप बहुत अच्छी तरह से काम कर सकते हैं। Why we need a psychologist here? Because a woman can understand psychological issues more than a man. इमोशनल अप्स एंड डाउन्स जो होते हैं, डिप्रेशन में जो बच्चे जाते हैं, जो लड़कियां जाती हैं, उनके लिए वुमेन साइकोलॉजिस्ट अगर होंगी। मैं अपने एक्सपीरियंस से आपको बता सकती हूँ कि अगर कोई वुमेन विक्टिम है तो दे विल प्रेफर कमिंग टू मी और अ लेडी ऑफिसर देन गोइंग टू अ मेल ऑफिसर, बिकॉज जो बातें कॉन्फिडेंशियल होती हैं वो मेल के सामने बताना ठीक नहीं समझती है, कंफर्टेबल नहीं होती हैं। सो वी नीड women's there just to help the victims. साइबर क्राइम इन्वेस्टिगेशन में आपको अच्छा स्कोप है, तो फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट हैं, तो ये काफी सारे एवेन्यूज ऐसे हैं कि जहाँ पर आप एक अच्छी तरह से काम कर सकती हैं, रिसर्च में आ सकते हैं, मालवेयर एनालिसिस है, रैंसमवेयर है, काफी सारे अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं। सो आई वुड लाइक टू रिक्वेस्ट ऑल स्टूडेंट्स हु आर डूइंग इंजीनियरिंग, please try out cybersecurity option and grab this opportunity. So just we have multiple services that we provide. I just want to mention these two. CCI Cybercrime Intervention Officer course, which is meant for any netizens who is above 20 years. We have tackled psychological problems in which a victim goes through and various types of cybercrime. If someone does this course, he is or she is listed on National Security Database because we have been given the opportunity or responsibility by Government of India to manage and maintain National Security Database. This is a Government of India initiative which we have taken. After doing this course, you will get an ID card and a certificate from National Security Database that now you can volunteer or work as a cybercrime intervention officer, which would help you help cyber victims psychologically, or who has gone through a net banking fraud or something like that and who doesn't know where to and how to proceed, or give him or her the guidance that what should be the next steps he or she should follow. The other one is a new initiative, Tech for Women Entrepreneur, in Identity Anonymous. You can go online on cybercrime.gov.in. On that portal you can register. अगर किसी ने मतलब सिर्फ मुझे कुछ बुली किया है and if I go to the police station, he has some blackmailing proof with him and then he is blackmailing you, then various laws are there which I'm sorry I don't have hands-on with me, but I can definitely come back to you. If you can give me your details, I can come back to you exactly, because there are some in IT Act also and in some IPC sections also we have some laws wherein you can file a complaint.
Yes, ma'am. So another question is that do banks have access to the number of cybercrime attacks that go on the electronic banking systems, and can they provide their clients with the same?
No, bank will only have cyber attacks done on their systems. Like you understand, if suppose I am a Bank of Baroda customer and if I have gone through any cyber fraud, like my card has been misused, then they will only have the database of their bank. Right?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
They will not have in general, if you also go on the Google, you will find the survey or the statistics of the online fraud, but it won't be a bank per se. But you will get in general net banking frauds or online banking frauds statistics on Google.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
That is all for the questions, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's
Now, Rajeshwari will take over the session for now.
yeah. Thank you so much once again. I hope you enjoyed.
Yes, ma'am. Rajeshwari, we cannot hear you.
Hello, Rajeshwari is not audible. What happened,
I think
Safa?
she hasn't.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes. Now
Yes,
you're
yes.
audible.
Hello. Yes. So thank you so much, ma'am. We clearly understood all the concepts like digital hygiene, cyber stalking, and social media crimes. We also understood how to avoid these social media crimes and how to cope up with them. We also understood why is cyberbullying so wrong. Absolutely, each and every piece of advice that you gave us right now and the information that you gave us right now regarding the cybersecurity is so obliging and it's so thought provoking on a topic that is not that looked upon, that is cybercrime. I'm so grateful to get this information from you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was my pleasure. Thanks.
Yes. So now we will have a break of about 30 minutes, and after that we will be resuming the session.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, all. I welcome you all for the second session of the second day.
Hello, Rudrakshi. Hello, Rudrakshi, you can start.
Hello, am I audible? Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to one and all. Myself, M. Rudrakshi, take the privilege to welcome you all to the last session of National Women's Conference organized by PVG and GKPIM. Let us begin by introducing our judges for the paper presentation session. Our first judge is Marathe ma'am. Manisha Marathe ma'am has completed her MTech in Computer Science from Bharati Vidyapit University. She has completed her Bachelor's of Engineering in Computer Science from Shivaji University, Sangli. Her research interests are web mining and she has an overall experience of 16.5 years. Our next judge is Vaidya ma'am. Professor Geetanjali Vaidya ma'am has been working in PVG College of Engineering and Technology since 1988. She has a total experience of 37 years. She did her PhD in electrical engineering in 2009. She is also a certified engineer and energy auditor. She is a senior member of IEEE USA and awarded Outstanding Engineer Award by IEEE. She was felicitated at the hands of Honorable Marshal Sir on Tuesday, 5th September 2015. She is Fellow of Institution of Engineers. At present, Ma'am is a member of Faculty Science and Technology SPPU. She has received various research grants from SPPU and AICTE for research work. She has executed 2 research projects. She is involved in organizations of various seminars, conferences, and workshops at national and international level. She is a central committee member of national organization Arogya Sena and participated in many disaster medical relief missions. Welcome, ma'am. Moving ahead, our first participant is my very own friend Shweta Gurav, and her topic is women and their health. Over to you, Shweta.
Thank you, Rudrakshi.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
you
you're
are.
audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. My name is Shweta Gaurav. I am third year engineering student of ENTC department from PVG COT and GKPIM. Before starting to my presentation, I would like to wish all of you a happy Women's Day. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's coming. It's visible.
Shall I start, ma'am?
Yes.
Today's my presentation topic is women and their health. First, we will see what is health. According to WHO, health is the state of complete physical, mental, and spiritual well being and not merely an absence of diseases or infirmity. According to the social model of health, health refers to proper functioning of the body and the mind, as well as the capacity of participate in social activities performing the roles expected by society. That is, the condition of person's body and mind is a health. The state of being well and free from illness is health. We also know that health is wealth. As long as you have your health, nothing else matters. In our society, both men and women faces health issue. But why we are discussing about only women's health? Why women's health matters? Women's health is linked to the status of women in society. There are a lot of health issues that mushroom from the socio-economic scenario. Women's health is one of them. Women who are key in maintaining healthy families access the health system more than men, both for themselves and on behalf of their family. Women are still more likely to put their health on the back burner in order to put others first. Health is an important factor contribute to human well-being and economic growth. In India, experience a multiple of health problems which ultimately affect the aggregate economic output and contribute the barrier of economic growth. Women's health in India can be examined in terms of multiple indicators which vary by geography, socioeconomic standing, and culture. In 21st century, women achieve a lot of in her life. It's time to celebrate women and their achievement, but it is also time to take step towards women's health. Why is it time to take up about women's health in this modern world? We say that we have achieved gender inequality, but really we achieved that? There are some there are some part in our country where gender inequality is present and it has a direct impact on women's health. The low status of women in society also prevents many of themselves from expecting and demanding better health treatment. Poverty, illiteracy, and superstitions play an essential role in determining the health of women. In rural area, many girls hesitate to share their health problems. According to a survey, it is estimated that 60% of the population in rural areas stay more than 10 kilometers away from any medical facilities. Poor hygienic conditions in rural girls lead to serious issue in future. It's very dangerous. Lack of knowledge about diet plans during each cycle of life can causes many health problems to the girls. Till now, in many parts of country, women and girls are typically the last to eat in family. If there is not enough food, they are the ones who suffer most from health problems. Violence against women is also health problem, but it is sadly not considered considered one and ignored. It is serious issue because it depletes her emotional and physical strength. So as a society, we need to actively work towards providing our women with good health.
Shweta,
Yes, ma'am.
just sorry to interrupt. Your slides are not moving forward. Just check.
No, ma'am. They are stopped.
Okay.
Okay. There is one quote: every woman's success should be an inspiration to another. We are strongest when we cheer each other on. Uh, nowadays, I observed in my house and in surrounding that many of women are suffering from different types of joint problems. In Indian social structure, a woman forms the nucleus of their family. A housewife has a non-stop hectic full day assignment in home, and for working women, they have non-stop hectic schedule in office and also in home. They have to handle both office works and household activities also. That is very hectic for them. Women health issue is becoming serious day by day. Women have increased joint and ligament mobility compared to men. So, uh, my family members also suffer from this type of pain that motivate me to do something for them. So, aim and objective of my these studies to determine the prevalence of joint pain in working women and housewives and try to find out the solutions to overcome them. For that, I I made a Google form and circulate them among women. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, Shweta.
In this article, we will take a closer look at the joint pain faced by women. I have made a Google form to collect information from women. I circulate that Google form among the women asking about their health issue. I received near about 80 responses from different fields. Out of that, 40 responses are from housewives and 30 responses are from working women. With the help of responses which I have received, I finalized some results that we will discuss now. With the help of this pie chart, we can conclude that neck pain, shoulder pain, upper back pain, lower back pain, knee pain, these are the major issues faced by women. Let's see one by one. Neck pain causes tear of cervical spine, spending many hours over computer, mobile, even minor things such as reading in bed can strain neck muscles. Wrong sitting and standing position can causes neck pain. Remedies over neck pain. Don't do continue work. Take rest in between. When standing and sitting, be sure your shoulders are in straight line. For office working women, adjust your chair and computer and desk position according to your height so you can overcome neck pain by following these simple techniques. Second, shoulder pain. Lifting heavy objects too fast, constantly working with one hand, constantly driving long distances, lack of hand mass, incorrect movements can cause shoulder pain. For this, the body should take a diet rich in calcium. Doing exercise in the right direction, movement with proper care while working. If there is a major shoulder pain, we can go to the doctor. But instead of that, we can do exercise, we can do yoga, different asanas for shoulder to overcome shoulder pain. Third is back pain. Constant sitting, constant working in front of computer, mobile, not sitting up straight, constantly traveling long distances on car, bike every day, using hard mattress while sleeping, lack of exercise, increased increase in girth of the abdomen causes tension on the spine and leg pain. There is another reason behind back pain is not taking proper exercise during pregnancy and after pregnancy. Remedies: you should do yoga, avoid traveling long distances by car, do various asanas on your back. Fourth, lower back pain. Percentage of lower back pains is greater in women. There are a lot of reasons behind, like habit of bad sitting, bending, workload, doing work more than capacity, pregnancy period pain, doing that type of movement that strain the muscle, etc. Most of women have to do a lot of work standing up. That's highly causes lower back pain. So remedies over lower back pain: do regular exercise, don't do continue work, take rest in between. Last one, knee pain causes. Most of women face knee pain after age of 40. Deficiency of calcium is one of the most causing for knee pain. Deficiency of hemoglobin is another. Do most of work in standing position are some causes of knee pain. Obesity is the most common cause of knee pain. Remedies over knee pain: increase calcium intake, take balanced diet, do regular exercise, don't go for heavy exercise. So instead of these, there are some common diseases observed among many ladies, like hemoglobin deficiency, depression, headache, irregular periods, obesity, blood pressure, diabetes. According to Mayo Clinic, women are twice as likely as men to experience depression. 30% of women suffer from one or more chronic diseases. Chronic diseases means heart attack, cancers, according to the Centers for Diseases Control and Prevention. So, gender inequality is an output of patriarchal family structure found in India. In the patriarchal family, through socialization, families are internalized the concept of dependency, powerless and shy nature. Thus, in such society, women give preference to other members of their family first, and with respect to intake of nutritious food and approaching them to the health centers during their sickness. Thus, most of women ignore their health problem at the earlier stage and approach only after the advancements of their alignment in most of the cases. Women in village often become a victim of more number of health problems than the urban one. Inadequate medical facilities in rural areas, long distance of health centers from their home, poor resources obtained from treatment from private and medical practitioners are some major barriers for health care of rural women. If, according to my opinion, if women manage their schedule properly and give some time daily to herself, they can overcome these problems. They can do daily exercise, yoga, pranayam. Sufficient sleep and balanced diet is one of the more uh, one of the is one of the most important thing which could help women to stay healthy. Increased workload day by day causes many health problems. So every woman, it is must to take sleep of 6 to 7 hours daily. That help women to tackle so many health problems. Women's health is her capital. Women's health is her right. The global movement for women's rights is one of the strongest movement which is taken by government. So there are some key takeaways. If there are some key, if that we take away to reduce the women health problem. The government can improve the health status of women by stretching and expanding essential health services. We should spread awareness among the society about women health issues and and remedies over them with the help of social media. Many books should be published about to improve the condition of women in society. Sometimes we can arrange webinar. Society should not treat women as only working machine. We as a society should think over women's health. We need to more awareness drivers camps that educate rural women on the issues we have mentioned above. Projects that will help change mindset towards women health and help to save our women. It's never too early or too late to work towards being the healthiest you. Thank you so much.
Over to you, judges.
Excuse me. Hello.
Hello.
There is one video related to my subject. May I share it?
Yes, yes, you can share that.
Okay. Yeah, ma'am, I'm done.
Thank you, Shweta. Your session was definitely an eye opener for many.
So, hello Shweta. The survey which you have carried out for the health issues of women are really appreciable. It seems that you have considered the health issues in the survey. Other than the health issue, have you considered any other criteria?
About which
Survey
criteria?
form which you have prepared, what are the major points, major criteria, major aspects you have included in the survey related to women health?
No, I only I only mention joint pain in my survey.
Okay, only joint pain you have considered, right?
Okay.
Also, there are many other aspects. Means you have only defined as per the WHO, the women health includes the mental, social, physical health, that you have included. But anyway, even if you consider the physical health, the nutrition is as well the very important, vital aspect in the women health, and many women in the rural area, as you have mentioned in the conclusion, they are lacking good nutrition, isn't it? Do
Yes,
you
ma'am.
agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so and as you are carrying out this survey, I would suggest that you do this survey you have done for, I think, the working women and
In
the
household.
housewife, isn't it?
Yes,
So you
ma'am.
can proceed for the, as you mentioned, that the rural women and the urban women, their problems are different. Their social problems are different. Their economics is different. Everything is different. So that
Yes.
type of categorization, if you do know, it will definitely help. Even in urban area, if you consider the laborers, women, no, they don't get sufficient nutrition. So you
Yes,
try
ma'am.
to work on this also. In the urban area, many women, uh, laborers, they don't get sufficient nutrition, and they keep themselves on the last priority as far as the family is concerned. So, but otherwise, this is a very vast topic. I really appreciate the survey which you have carried out. So that's all from me. Thank
Thank you,
you.
ma'am.
Rudrakshi, you can call next participant for presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Moving ahead, we have our next participant, Professor Mahajan and Professor Shrikala Kanade. Their topic is discursive practices in the research on women entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Rudrakshi. Let me just share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Shall we start?
Please,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. You can start.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Professor Shrikala Kanade. Along with my colleague, Professor Madhura Mahajan, we are going to present a paper on discursive practices in the research on women entrepreneurship. It is an overview of this topic. We are presenting it on National Women Conference 2021, organized by Department of Electronics and Telecommunication at PVG's COET and GKPWIM on 8th and 9th of March 2021. So, what is the meaning of women entrepreneurship? So, when I Google a term called women entrepreneurship, the description which I got was it means the woman or a group of women who initiate, organize, or operate a business enterprise. So, what is mean by that? So, it is a woman entrepreneur is a confident, creative, and innovative woman desiring economic independence individually and simultaneously creating a employment opportunity for the others. This is the well-written definition of a woman entrepreneur. But when I talk about what is a generic entrepreneurship or what is meaning of a generic entrepreneur or the word entrepreneur. So when I Googled that, I got the results saying an entrepreneur is an individual who creates a new business, being most of the risk, bearing most of the risk, enjoying most of the rewards at the same time. So, in general, the entrepreneur is commonly seen as innovator, a source of new ideas, a goods, a service, and a business. So, if you see these two definitions, you can definitely see there are a lot of words which are tend to be masculine, but the definition does not relate to a definition of a woman entrepreneur. So, when we talk about the research in the woman entrepreneurship, various research have been conducted in the terms of women entrepreneurs and venture capital industries, trends of women business owners, gender performance on businesses are some of the research topics that have been done in the past.
No doubt the results obtained through these research are 100% correct, but there are some shortfalls that needs to be addressed when considering the research on the women. So what are those shortfalls? So when we seen about various research articles, we found that one-sided empirical focus was given to women research. So it was not a complete sphere through which the analysis was done. Lack of theoretical grounding plus neglect of structural and historical and cultural factors while doing the research in women entrepreneurship, plus a use of male gendered measuring system and absence of power perspective and lack of explicit feminist analysis. So these are the shortfalls which occurred during the research of women entrepreneurship. So in this paper, what we are going to explain is, first is what is gender. Second part is what is the feminist theory. Third part is what is a discursive practice that have been followed all over the world. And out of there are many discursive practices, but we are going to discuss mainly four discursive practices in our paper.
Yeah. Thank you, Shrikala. With respect to the subject, that is discursive practices in women entrepreneurship, the first part to understand is what is gender. Okay, because as Shrikala has explained that there are terminologies such as entrepreneurship, and there is something which is also known or read or found in research as women entrepreneurship, and how terminologies used under entrepreneurship tend to be different, and when we talk about women entrepreneurship, how they are different. So is it because of gender? So what is gender? So feminist scholars introduced the term gender to distinguish between biological sex and socially constructed sex. Okay, so what is socially constructed sex? It means that what are the social practices, what are the representations which are associated with femininity or masculinity. Okay, so so what does that mean? It means that this representation influences how people perceive themselves, each other, and as well as how they act or interact with each other. Now what happens is, gender is actually something which is done or which is accomplished or which is performed, and rather than something which is, right? So means what? Like say for example, now let's say anything which is seeming stability depends upon recreation, means something which has been recreated over a period of time. Okay, something which has a repetitive performance that gets stable, and then that's how it starts getting categorized under a certain gender. Okay, so then that is what it is called as a particular gender rather than what a gender can do. So like how a gender is categorized, in the same way professions get categorized under are also gendered. And in our study, when we did some research, and when we read these a few articles on entrepreneurship, we realized that entrepreneurship is also gendered. Now, for example, professions being gendered is like if you take an example of, say, a nurse or a doctor or an engineer. Okay, the first thing that comes to our mind is that it is going to be a male gendered profession. Okay, so that's how that is, rather than what is being accomplished by a specific gender, it just tells that this profession is by a male gender. Right? So the same thing, so as a profession gets gendered, the entrepreneurs also have got categorized under gender. These symbols here show that, as when a male or a female is born, that time, that child is either a male or a female. Then over a period of years, they get transformed into either, that it's looked up to them as a girl or a boy, and then as they eventually grow up, they are either a man or a woman. So means what? So it's not just a female gender or a male gender. It's like how a girl should should practice, how a boy should practice, and that is what is doing gender. And then eventually as they grow up, that also gets transformed into as how what a man should do and what a woman is expected to do. Yeah, next slide. Now, various feminists have worked, and where there are various feminist theories which help us to explain how gender systems work. And there has been a lot of research on feminist theory, but there are basically three main groups. So the first group is, yeah, next point. The first group of feminist theory is the liberal feminist theory, which states that men and women are essentially similar. So, what does that mean? Is that it means that every human being is defined by her ability to think rationally. Okay, so it also means that they are they are seen equally able. So men and women are equally able, and any subordination of women will depend upon discrimination or any structural barriers. So what is a structural barrier? Say for example that though men and women are seen essentially similar, but sometimes somebody or either of the two have unequal access to education. So that's a structural barrier that either one has to face. Then they have so the next one is the social feminist theory, which speaks or states that men and women are essentially different. So that's a radical feminist statement, or that's a radical feminist description. And usually when they consider that men and women are different, it's usually said that woman is a positive thing. But somehow in a patriarchal society where women are oppressed, that usually gets ignored. So what happens is the feminine traits, which are actually a benefit, become a drawback, and then these resources and as resources they cannot be used constructively. Then the third type of theory, feminist theory, is the post-structuralist feminist theory, where the similarities and differences of men and women are seen socially constructed. It's like basically how society looks at it, whether about the similarities and differences in men and women. So it means that this group is not concerned. I'll just complete the previous thought. It means that this third group of feminist theory consider that they are men, and they are not concerned about with what men and women are, but basically they basically see how masculinity and femininity is constructed. So it's basically what are the qualities or characteristics which are regarded as a characteristic of a man and as a characteristic to be displayed by a woman. So these are the three types of theories which are usually studied. Yeah, next slide, please. So coming to our subject, that is discursive practices. So, discursive is a terminology or term which has come from discourse. And what is a discourse? Discourse is a term for the way in which you are acting upon and the way it is circulated within a culture. Like, say for example, we can understand what is a discursive practice with a few examples here. Suppose we all know that in some cultures there is a way that by which you greet each other, and it could be that people shake hands with each other. Now a man to shake hands when he greets another man, but he refrains from doing so when he greets a woman. So like that's so it's a practice that it's very easily that we should greet each two men will greet each other very easily by shaking hands, whereas he or she both can refrain from shaking hands. Another discursive practice is holding a door open for a woman. Now, what happens is we have seen this practice. We maybe are as women we must have experienced this. So this is something a man usually does that. It could be because of social pressures where he knows that a woman is is along with him, and then it's important that when whoever is going to walk in first, it's basically the woman should walk in first through the door, and then that door has to be opened by the man. So it's not that he actually has a respect, or it's not out of respect as a human being that this is being shown, but it's only under societal pressure, or you can say a practice, a discursive practice, a discourse which has been happening since a long period of time, that he is compelled to do or act in such a way. Also, another discursive practice is that a man is always considered as a breadwinner and woman as a caregiver. These symbols, which we all must have noticed, maybe in the railway station, or at the airport, or on the streets, or maybe in the malls, and this is something which we feel has become a practice, discursive practice. Who will carry or hold the child? A woman. Okay, who will hold a small child? So the first image says the child is being held in the arms by the woman. Okay, the finger is held by the woman. Similarly, even if it is a family, it's mostly the women who takes care. And another set of symbols which indicate if somebody is explaining, somebody is giving some instructions, or somebody is showing something, or somebody who is an active, or or on the run, or doing certain activities, is displayed by males. So now what are the terminologies, or how is it now, how has this been implemented in research? That is discursiveness, how that, or how these practices have got you can say penetrated in research. And then our focus was about research in women's entrepreneurship. So Foucault was basically a researcher who tried to understand such practices, and he tried to label such practices under research. And what were those practices? It's basically they said that you will work specifically on a preferred research. So whatever a researcher feels like working on, that's how he will do it. He or she will do it. Then what are the various analysis methods? Then Foucault also stated that there are certain assumptions that go unquestioned. So while you are considering research, there will be certain assumptions that will not have any answers, or they will not be questioned at all. And as this is one of the discursive practices, as we have said, that man is the breadwinner and woman is the caregiver. So research on women entrepreneurship also holds certain assumptions. So what are those? Based on the business, based on gender, based on family, based on what society thinks, based on the economy, that is growth, economic growth, and the individual. So these are these are some of the factors, or you can say general assumptions, which have been done in research in women's entrepreneurship. And now we will try to see what are the discursive practices. So we've tried, there are many enlisted, but we've tried to, because of shortage of time, we've tried to enlist 4 such practices to understand how research is studied for women's entrepreneurship.
Thank you, ma'am. So the first discourse practice what we have studied is the entrepreneur as male gender. So as I said in the start of the presentation, that the definition, how the definition is different for woman entrepreneur and how it is different from general entrepreneur. So entrepreneur and entrepreneurship have masculine connotations according to the several authors. Several scholars maintain that women entrepreneurs were made invisible in research. Like they did not consider women point of view while doing the research. So even if it is a general entrepreneur research, the women are completely ignored in that study. In various research, it has been stated as the emerging image is of a heroic self-made man. So if I'm reading any case study or if I'm reading any research on generic entrepreneurship, I feel like after reading that, okay, this must be a man who must have accomplished so much of things during his work. But in reality, it might not be true. Maybe a female entrepreneurship or woman entrepreneur must have completed the uh, research or completed or owned that business. So upper entrepreneur is described as a masculine word. So if we talk about, so now we are going to give you some examples like how the words that define entrepreneurs completely work opposite to a feminine word or which represent a woman entrepreneur. Okay, so here are some examples. So if I take a first word for the entrepreneur as self-centered, so self-centered is a masculine word. Now in BEM's masculine words format, self-centered is synonym of self-reliant. So if I take so self-reliant is a definition or a synonym for an entrepreneur. But the opposite word of self-centered is dependent. So opposite of the definition, which in terms says self-centered as an entrepreneur, the opposite of it is dependent, right? So the meaning of dependent in Ben's femininity words collection is loyal. Similarly, resolute has the opposite word as cautious, and cautious goes as a gentle, as a feminine word. Similarly, detached becomes self-sufficient, and opposite of detached is connected, that becomes sensitive to others. But when we talk about words like affectionate, compassionate, so there is no, that opposite word for affectionate and compassionate is ruthless. So ruthless does not have any synonym for entrepreneur. So here is a big gap when which kind of words you are using to describe your research, because you are using only masculine words to represent the entrepreneur qualities. So this conclusion was drawn that entrepreneurs is a masculine concept and it is not gender neutral. The second discursive practice which we have studied is entrepreneurship is an instrument for economic growth. Like we see many women are working from home to support their family or support their husband, right? But that is not the main course. Like that should not be the main aim of a woman entrepreneur to work as. So when we talk about economical growth, it is characterized by words such as innovation, change, risk taking, opportunities, recognition, driving force, and economic growth. The main use of entrepreneurship is an instrument for economic growth. So entrepreneurship we have seen in previous discursive practice that it is masculine word, and here they are saying the main use of entrepreneurship is an instrument to economic growth. So without saying anything, you are putting a discursive practice that it is dependency of a man to consider or to work for the economic growth. It allows researchers to consider certain questions and ignore the others, right? So according to the author's choice, they take some questions in, they try to answer certain questions and they try to ignore certain questions. So various arguments are done, or arguments used to establish centrality of research area in human entrepreneurship. So when the authors are doing the research, so the centrality of their research is 65% of the authors are working on entrepreneurship is important for the economy. 14% are saying that women's entrepreneurship has received increased scholarly attention. Only 9% of the researchers think that women entrepreneurship has some flaws. So that means they are not considering that, whatever the research is going for, women are having some flaws. And 12% of the uh, entire sphere of women entrepreneurship research, 12% of that is, those authors are saying my particular research area is important because I say so. So there is no such kind of proper backing up research or a background study like why that author has chosen this particular topic for study. So over to you for the third discursive practice, ma'am?
Yeah. So the first two discursive practices we saw, that entrepreneurship as male gendered, and second as entrepreneurship considered as an economic growth. Okay. So the third one is that research, what research indicated that men and women as essentially different. So when evaluating men and women without controlling for what type of business they own, women will always tend to come out on the losing side. What does that mean? It means that that the it means that businesses which women entrepreneurs will run will are sometimes generally smaller in size. Okay, they grow more slowly and usually are less profitable. And when you have such kind of situations which when the women are running such businesses, so when you are evaluating men and women, and we are not trying, and when you're not without controlling as to what type of business that woman is trying to run, the outcome of such kind of research will always tend, when for women, will always come out to be on the losing side. Then women's underperformance because of such outcomes from point one is then positioned as a problem. So yeah, next. So and any problem with women depends upon not because they are women, but because on the discrimination, right? So what happens is here, the one minute. Just, yeah. So what happens here is that since the discrimination is here because their businesses are small, the discrimination here is because they are not giving good profit because they are not growing well, and and the problem is not actually because of the women, but because of the discrimination. And what are the hypotheses which the researchers have focused in order to find out what is the outcome of women's entrepreneurship, or what are the, or they are and they basically explicitly talk about some type of problem or some type of proposed shortcomings of women. So how are the hypotheses stated, or what is the kind of research questions asked when they are trying to understand women's entrepreneurship research is, they are discussed as women having less desire to start a business, or they have some unique startup difficulties, or they require some unique training needs, or women tend to behave irrationally. And how is that so? Because they turn to unqualified family members for help whenever they require to whenever they encounter any such difficulties in their businesses for help. And women tend to have insufficient education or experience. So if such are the topics which are discussed under research whenever such research questions are posed. So what does all this indicate? It indicates that women are cast as secondary, as a complement, or at best they are as an unused resource. The next discursive practice is the division between work and family. Now, in women entrepreneur research, family issues are the main objective, while in general entrepreneur research, family is non-existent. So, it sometimes, what does it mean? That we all must have seen that family supports a woman, okay, or family, the woman looks up to the family for certain kind of support, help, or wherever she needs any kind of support. But when it comes to a general entrepreneur, no, the family concept or the family term is somewhat non-existent. This is what the research states. Yeah, next. And also for women entrepreneurship research, some authors treat family as an inspiration, whereas some authors argue that family could be a root cause to every problem. Means what? That there could be certain obstacles, there could be certain hindrances due to family. And certain studies have investigated that to what extent a family is an impediment for a woman to start or run a business. So how is this categorized? Like, say for example, the responsibility is family for men. It is no responsibility for women. It is a primary responsibility. uh, the second responsibility, work, it is the primary responsibility of men, whereas it is a secondary responsibility of women. So what is the outcome, what is the result, is that men eventually have to handle only one responsibility, and that is related to work, and women have to handle two responsibilities, which are related to on their work front or business front, as well as on at the home front. So men and women cannot compete on equal terms in the same line of business. So again, what is the discursive practice? It reinforces that women's business is considered as secondary. Yeah. So now to conclude from these various, what we understood from the various discursive practices, it can be seen that uh, entrepreneur is referred as a male gendered concept, which in itself rendered women entrepreneurs. So first, majorly, it is a male gendered, and then after that, then it is going to be rendered as a female or women entrepreneur. Then, it from gender as something firmly tied to bodies to gender as tied to anything, means what? That like what is gender tied to bodies? It's like, a male or a female. But rather than that, it has to be shifted. It has to be, you have to kind of orient it to gender as tied to a certain concept, gender tied to a certain job or certain profession. Okay, so like as I said, when the words such as doctor or a surgeon or an engineer, okay, when we talk about such terms, we are immediately relating it, or it is entitled to a male. But because that's how the practice has been, that's how the discursive practice has been over so many years. But it is not related to the concept that, yeah, a doctor or a surgeon who is as in a profession, what he's expected to do can be done by any gender, right? So through the next conclusion that we found out is that through the discursive practices, it is seen that women are being secondary to men. So whatever research has been carried out, whatever research papers have been published, they all uh, exhibit, or they all showcase that women being secondary to men. And it is important that there has to be a way to give women a voice to speak through normal discourse. So we have, so it is a time, it is important that these discursive practices should be changed. Now, how would they be changed? They can be changed when they are made visible. Okay, so so what has been given in research, what do authors present, what kind of subjects, topics authors pick up, that has to be altered, that has to be changed. And then those have to be demonstrating. And then when you make these discursive practices visible, then you can demonstrate their effects.
Okay, so this was the conclusion. These are the resources which we have used. And for the acknowledgement part, we are grateful to the entire organizing team of National Women's Conference 2021. Thank you for organizing this event and giving us the opportunity to present our paper in the conference. We thank Department of Electronics and Telecommunication of PVG COET and GKPWIM for inviting us for this conference. We are open for questions.
So, Shrikala Kannade and Madhura Mahajan, you have given a very nice presentation on the discursive practices and the research based on the research work also. In my opinion, these discursive practices, these are deep-rooted discursive practices in our society since many years, thousands of years in our society. And more or less, they are applicable to not only in entrepreneurship, but they are applicable to every field. And even then, the entrepreneur women, they are overcoming this. Like we know in our country also, there are entrepreneurs like Kiran Muzumdar, Indra Nui, Sudha Murthy, and they must have overcome in their lives these discursive practices. My question to you, in addition to this, in day to day, what are the hurdles or challenges women have to face for to be a successful entrepreneur?
Shrikala, can I take it?
Yeah, extremely sorry. I just lost the connection.
Would you like to take this answer or should I take?
I didn't hear. I was not present.
Yes, I will repeat the question.
Yeah.
Means you have expressed the discursive practices like say gender inequality or say men and women, they are different. So these are enrooted in our psychology, in society, not only in our country, all over the world. Women, they have faced, they are facing, and they are overcoming now this. But to be a successful entrepreneur, apart from this, are there any hurdles or challenges or problems which they are facing to be the successful entrepreneur? Do you want to throw some light on
Yes,
these?
yes.
So there are many.
Shrikala, you can explain about the bank loans
for
and.
example, of course, they are related with the gender and all only. But say, for example, mobility is there, then time management is there, then acceptability is there. So these are practical aspects which we can consider here. So would you like to mention something about that here, or any other aspect? Means I have just given 2-3 examples here.
Yes, ma'am. Certainly, there are many examples where women feel, short of time or short of support when they are actually planning to do their business or try to become an entrepreneur. So, major thing comes as a bank loan. So, if a woman applies for a bank loan, because she doesn't have anything to mortgage or she doesn't have any financial backing from, say, suppose her family or her husband, she tends to get a loan of a very small quantity. So she has to start somewhere very small. The another example is what we have studied is a child care allowance. So one of the authors suggested that as a child care in Europe or American sectors, they give a child care allowance to a nursing mother. So till the time the child grows up to 5 year old, the mother gets a monthly income of £300 or $500 depending on the country. So what those authors suggested, so if we give those women a small micro loan through which they can support their husband as well, they can keep themselves busy, and so that we don't have to pay that extra allowance for that woman. In terms of allowance, we are giving them loan. So these are the practices are being taken care of different countries. And as far as India is concerned, of course, Bachat Gat is one of the very good example of women entrepreneurs, because in small villages we are seeing a lot of Bachat Gats are active and they are helping rural women.
Yes,
And
thank
of
you.
course,
That is yes. Thank you very much, because this is a very huge subject where how to overcome this and what are the remedies and how to overcome all these issues again. So thank you very much for your presentation, because see, many problems are arised by the discrimination rather than they are actually present there. So
Yeah.
thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Moving on, our next presenter is Malika Shetty, and her topic is the role of higher education in nurturing entrepreneurship. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good afternoon, one and all. Uh, this is Malika Eshetty, and I'm presenting before you the role of higher education in nurturing the entrepreneurship. Uh, this paper is purely based on secondary data, and by referring the lots of literature, I have come to a conclusion, because when I do my research on entrepreneurship, when I started my research on entrepreneurship, most of the students, when I did the research, got a data from the students. Most of the students, they say no to the entrepreneurship. Now, as you know, present world, or the need of the hour is entrepreneurship education, because it has been widely recognized as influencing the establishment of new business. So previous literature on the subject was reviewed, and the evaluation of entrepreneurship education within the higher institution, and such the result of those reviews were really unsystematic. So most of the literature focus on the main elements of entrepreneurship education, which talks only about this consists of courses, teaching method, university facilities, and methods of measurement. Now, as you all know, the personal characteristics of entrepreneur contribute to their willingness to innovate, determination, and success. Individual with a high level of self efficacy believe that they are capable of achieving a goal. So entrepreneurs are probably made rather than born. This is why this conclusion. As you all know, entrepreneurs are born. There is a discussion on entrepreneurs are born versus made. But I say that entrepreneurs are can be made, probably. Rather than they are born, because the mistakes, the hard work, and a consistent attitude combined with the appropriate support at the right time do not constitute a magic formula. So research found that entrepreneurs will typically exhibit a belief that even result directly from the individual's own behavior, a strong internal locus of control, and an ability to recognize opportunities along with taking calculated risk and endurance. Now, despite higher education making an important contribution for the commercial venture success, several countries face a constraint relating to both formal and the informal education and the training in developing startups into established business. So, entrepreneurship education, it has an important mission to guide all the students toward having an entrepreneurial mindset. So the goal of EE, that is nothing but entrepreneurship education, within a higher education institution, is to expose a student to entrepreneurial spirit and the culture. That is, to create highly intellectual entrepreneurs and a new venture that will create new opportunities. Now, is developing successful entrepreneur through higher education institution study is a feasible. Of course, the process of becoming a successful entrepreneur, it is a longitudinal process which start in the childhood. But the literature highlights that the competencies like instinctive, those things we find it very difficult to teach. Uh, Now, creativity and the opportunistic attitude. Now, the thing is, the fittest going to survive. So, the survival, this This aspect is related to one's self-efficacy and high internal locus of control or perceived behavioral control. So everybody can learn to be creative. Research studies found that in this regard, nurture is more important than a nature. So the collection of studies found that two-thirds, that is, or the 67% of creativity skill can be developed through learning, while only 25 to 40% of such competencies have been shown to be genetically determined. Now, to become a successful entrepreneur, student must have a positive attitude towards their what you can say role and a positive social support from their environment. This is what the higher institutions can give. So the central element of learning in the when we talk about the higher education institution, we deal with the adolescent stage people. So the adolescent stage, it includes self-identity, understanding the meaning of success, critical thinking, risk-taking, self-esteem, fertility. So young adults, central aspect of learning comprise of critical thinking, risk-taking, self-esteem, independence, focus, and commitment. So the systematic framework of entrepreneurship education has to be developed to prepare a successful entrepreneur. So the previous study proposed the systematic framework for entrepreneurship education within higher education institution. So that their work provided a building process of its framework in a systematic way that consists of what you can say epistemological and methodological assumption. So the systematic framework of educational institution or entrepreneurship education can be seen in this figure. That is, this is a figure which tells about assurance of learning. That is, the lecturer, he can improve the ability to learn. That is, through evaluation method, improving opportunity to learn, teaching and the lecturer role, and teaching method and the lecturer's role, improving incentives to learn. That is nothing but participation and reward for the student. Now, student as a student, he has the ability to learn, uh, then have an opportunity to learn, then have incentive to learn. So, entrepreneurial graduates have an entrepreneurial competency, which include decision making, networking, oral communication ability, innovative thinking. So, this, to become a successful entrepreneur, probability, growth, innovation, giving back to the society, good balance between the work and the private life, public recognition, usefulness. These has to be taught. And what about the institution? The institution has to improve the ability to teach. That is nothing but in case of their recruitment and the selection process, they can apply it. And improving the opportunity to teach. That is nothing but workload, knowledge sharing, freedom in teaching, and improving incentive to teach. Now, in conclusion, there are several aspects necessary for lecturers to teach satisfactorily. The institution must improve the ability, opportunity, and incentive to teach entrepreneurship. The institution should provide the mechanism or the process to acquire lecturer that enable to teach a particular subject or to undertake tasks successfully, which include the recruitment and the selection of lecturer, pay scale, etc. So the institution should enhance the quality of lecturing capability to achieve the learning goal. Ultimately, learning goal, it speaks nothing but converting your job seeker into job creator, which include appropriate workload, knowledge sharing, etc. So the institution also should provide positive motivation to teach satisfactorily, such as the use of incentive and reward for innovative teaching. I thank you for the opportunity given. Thank you, one and all.
Okay. Hello, Malika.
Hello, ma'am.
So, a good presentation of the role of higher education in nurturing entrepreneurship. So, could you please elaborate the same concept with with reference to the woman entrepreneur? Means, what is the role of higher education when it comes to woman entrepreneur?
As you know, ma'am, see, when I talk about this particular topic, I mean here it include total entrepreneurship. When we talk about women entrepreneurship, of course, the gender is a big issue, gender problem. When I did a survey with the students, they say a female. I am a female. That is a major problem. And other thing that we noticed is the financial problems, the work and the life balance, those problems. But this when this research is done only to the students at undergraduate level.
Okay, okay, thank you.
We have now come to an end of the paper presentation session. The results of the paper presentation competition will be announced shortly by our judges. Over to you, judges.
See, there is a question from our judge, Dr. Vaidya, madam. Please, formally come, madam.
I have a small question to you, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
During this COVID pandemic, it has affected many fields of our life. So,
Yes.
can you differentiate this effect of this pandemic as far as the women entrepreneurs are concerned and male entrepreneurs are concerned?
Sir, madam, it has affected more to the women entrepreneurs because the lockdown. Because of this lockdown, most of the women entrepreneurs have involved. When I say women entrepreneur, I mean here both organized as well as unorganized sector. Okay, so unorganized sector women involve themselves more in child care and catering, right? It totally shut down during this lockdown period or during this COVID period because the schools are closed, right? Work are closed, and the child care business is nearly, I mean, it is zero, you can say. So women entrepreneur have affected more because of this COVID pandemic.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Okay, till judges discuss among themselves, participants can enjoy the quiz, and quiz will be coordinated by our faculty coordinator, Professor Sangeeta Bavkar, madam. Please, madam. Hello, everyone. So I hope you have enjoyed that 2 days all session, right? Now it's time for a quiz. Yes. Just a minute. I will just share the link. I have shared the link on the NCW Telegram group.
चॅट बॉक्समध्ये हो हो please. I also shared the quiz link in chat box, so you can join the quiz. Yeah, just 14 participants. I think. 14, 15. I request you all please join for a quiz. So 19 participants are there. So I'll start the quiz. So all the best to all of you. Be ready. Yes, start. heard.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I shared the link in the chat box. Feedback form link I shared in the chat box. So I request to all please fill the feedback form. Also, I will share the link on the Telegram group, conference Telegram group. Okay, thank you.
The form is not accepting the response.
Just 2 minutes, madam. We will check and let you know immediately.
Yeah.
Yes, madam. You can try now.
Thank you.
Yes, not only the paper feedback we are going to take, but we are interested to have some suggestions from our participants, those who are attending our session from Google Meet as well as from YouTube. So I will take some randomly names of the participants so that they can give us their suggestion or if they want to share some experience with us. Leela Kaur, madam, can you share your experience with us or if you have any suggestion?
Yes, sure, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. The conference, National Conference of Women, it is very well organized. The papers presented and issues discussed are very fruitful for us. The conference have lectures of experts, paper presentation of budding professionals, quiz, film, and shows that made it very interesting. The conference is a wonderful opportunity, especially for students to interact and get knowledge. We have expert talks on women entrepreneur in education robotics by Prakalpa ma'am, career in linguistics by Shruti ma'am, how girls can become empowered women in the contemporary world by Sita Swami ma'am, essentials of entrepreneur and experience sharing by Sheila Apte ma'am, women empowerment in technical education and research by Preeti Rege ma'am, and case studies on cyber alert for women by Seema Mandi ma'am. All the lectures were interesting and contemporary. I do believe that everyone attended is fully satisfied. I thank the organizing team for their efforts exerted in the conference, especially Dr. Yogesh Thakre sir, who is the convener of the conference, coordinators Minakshi ma'am, Madhvi ma'am. I thank Priya Deshpande ma'am and Andy Chaudhary ma'am for their quick responses and communications. A big round of applause for the students who played role on screen and off screen like Rudrakshi, Riya, Safa and others. It's great as you provide the wings to fly high to your students. And one suggestion which I feel to add is that is an online conference to make it interesting. We should show our face to make it a real or put your videos on. So again, I would like to compliment to the entire team for the successful conduction of the conference. Looking forward to actively participate and contribute in any of your future events or activities. That's all from my side. Thank you so much and best wishes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And whatever suggestion you have given, so we will try to incorporate in next whatever our conference. And instead of having the online, we will try to have next time offline. Okay, so that this pandemic situation will get covered by that time. Okay, thank you, madam. Next, Anjali Jagtap. I can see her name. Is Anjali Jagtap, madam, is there? Okay, I think. So any other attendees, if you want to share your feedback or suggestion, can unmute yourself and you can share your experience with us. Anyone who is right now on Google Meet with us. Uh, Trupti, Shilpa Litke, madam. I think there might be some issues. Madhura Mahajan, madam, if you want to share your experience, how this conference is, or how this conference was.
Yeah, sure, Nikita ma'am. I think first of all, what really made us felt very happy was that this offbeat topic, organized by in an engineering college. I think probably it's first of its kind, we had to uh, think, write, select a topic on women entrepreneurs, or basically issues related to women. And I think very rightly selected for the moment, on the occasion of International Women's Day. And that's how both my co-participant, that is Shrikala Kanade ma'am, and myself, we almost jumped up to this idea when you all circulated the brochure. And we were really very happy that we could do research on such issues which are there in society. As Vaidya ma'am also said, that all most of these issues are deep rooted, and we got an opportunity to study them, to review them, and to the best of our knowledge, we tried to present it to the audiences. And I think let's hope that we have such many such conferences also organized, very well organized, very interesting sessions by all your external speakers. And I think your motto of inspire, empower, and connect, I think was fully justified through the conference. So I think we wish to thank all the organizers, Atri ma'am, who always, I think, loves to do something in an innovative way, and always has all new ideas, and has that desire to even execute those ideas. So thank you, Atri ma'am, and I think the entire enthusiastic team of ENTC department. And I thank you, Thakre sir, for organizing this. And of course, I think we had a great time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahajan ma'am. So thank you all for your valuable feedback. Now it's time, it's the moment for which we all are very much awaiting for that.
and it's the winner announcement for the paper presentation. And now I request our respected judges, Dr. Gitanjali Vaidya Madam and Professor Marathe Ma'am, to come here and please announce the winners for the today's paper presentation. Thank you, madam. Uh, so we are at the end of this 2 days national conference NCW 2021. Before I take any review, I would like to express my sincere thanks on behalf of both of us to the organizing committee of the Women's National Conference 2021, and it was very nicely organized. So I really congratulate the whole conference committee here. We have received a paper, and in during these 2 days the papers which were presented, they included all vital aspects related to the women empowerment, women health, then women laborers in India, the statistics related to that, discursive practices related to entrepreneurship of women health, and the role of women in the environment and the sustainability. And the based on the guidelines and evaluation criteria given to us by the committee members, we have evaluated all presentations were nice presentations covering various vital aspects related to the women, and based on those criteria we have evaluated those papers, we have assessed papers, and based on the presentation now we have finalized the winners. So may I now request Manisha Marathe madam to declare winners.
Thank you, madam. So the first winner of the paper presentation, the title is Breaking the Boundaries by Guardians of the Greens by Leela Kaur, madam. Congratulations, madam.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. It's really a proud moment for me. Thank you so much.
And the second winner is the title is Discursive Practices in the Research on Women Entrepreneurship and Overview by Professor M.P. Mahajan and Professor Shrikala Kanade. Congratulations to both of you, ma'am.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Now I request Dr. Yogesh Thakre, convener of this Women Conference NCW 2021, to felicitate our respected judges. So I request sir to felicitate Dr. Gitanjali Vaidya ma'am. Now I request Thakre sir to felicitate our next judge, Professor Manisha Marathe ma'am. Thank you, sir. Please stay with us. We are heading towards concluding session. Before that, one more participant wants to give her feedback. Anjali Jagtap, are you there?
Yes.
Please share your feedback.
First of all, I want to thank you for arranging this national conference for women. This way, very initiative. This was very initiative taken, nice initiative taken by ENTC department to invite such an eminent speakers from various domains. I was watching this session and performing my office work as well. The conference was very engaging and pleasing to watch. All the speakers spoke really well, and there was a lot to learn from them. From all the speakers, I learned one thing, that don't worry what the society think about you. Do whatever you want in your life.
All the sessions were informative and there was a lot to learn and take from it. I love the way Shita Lakshmi ma'am said, we should find mentors in our life who will mentor us in the right path. Example, Saina Nehwal got a teacher and a mentor like Phulela Gopichand, and with his guidance, she became one of the best badminton player of India all time, and many other examples as such. So everyone needs mentor. Some get mentorship from their parents, and some get mentorship from college teachers as well. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Anjali, for your valuable feedback. So, right now, I would like to thank our judges for their time. It was a quite tough decision to decide our winners. And also, right now, I feel very happy and excited to announce the prizes for our winners and the presenters. So, our first winner will receive a prize, which is a Falcon gaming headphone. Congratulations, along with the certificate. Our second winner will receive a wireless Bluetooth headphone. Congratulations, along with the certificate. And very happy that all our four presenters, they will receive complimentary copies of the books written by Sudha Murthy as a token of appreciation. So congratulations all the winners and participants. Thank you. Now I hand over to Dr. M.H. Belsari ma'am.
Thank you, madam. Now we are starting with our concluding session. Uh, First of all, I will like to call upon the convener and head of the department, Dr. Yogesh Thakre sir, to deliver his speech. Please, sir.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon, all. Honorable Shri S.P. Redekar, Registrar Pune Vidyarthi Graha and Director Pune Vidyarthi Graha's College of Engineering and Technology and G.K. Pate Vani Institute of Management. Honorable Professor R.G. Kaduskar, Director Pune Vidyarthi Graha's College of Engineering and Technology and G.K. Pate Vani Institute of Management. Our respected in charge principal, Professor Dr. S.V. Gauri, Coordinator Dr. M.P. Atre, Co-Coordinator Dr. M.H. Belsare, Honorable invited eminent speakers of this conference, Head of various departments, all the participants in the conference, all the teaching and supporting faculty members and students, I welcome you all for the concluding ceremony of this National Conference for Women. The main objective of NCW 2021 was to connect, educate, inspire, and empower the women for excellence in various fields. Hope the objectives of NCW 2021 are fulfilled through the encouraging speeches of eminent invited speaker and presentations of selected participants. The conference is blessed by one international speaker and 5 national speakers in the field of education and from industry. 6 presentations were called to discuss various topics of women empowerment of national importance. The slogan of this conference, as I have said, that it was connect, educate, inspire, and empower. Today, My ear was penning a lot. The pen was beard with the words "Eiger." These words itself describes the importance and significant contributions of women in everyone's life. Life has become sustainable due to the presence of women. Therefore, I am of the opinion that women must be empowered for overall development of cultured and economically developed society through education, connect, and inspirations. I am thankful to everyone who contributed and supported directly and indirectly for this women conference to celebrate International Women's Day. I request to extend similar support by all to hold the similar type of conference in the next year 2021, 2022. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your speech. I now call upon our in charge principal, Dr. S.V. Gavadi, sir, to address the audience. Please, sir.
A very good evening to one and all. Honorable Registrar Sri S.P. Redekar, sir. Honorable Director Professor R.G. Kaduskar, sir. Head of ENTC Department, Professor Y.B. Dhakre. All the coordinators of this conference, faculty members, and participants. As you know, yesterday we celebrated International Women's Day. And on this occasion, we arranged few talks by eminent speakers from different fields. The talk were excellent and useful. We already entered in this 21st century, and it is the era of women. There is no space left wherein a woman hasn't a woman hasn't worked. Education, politics, science, space, defense, and whatnot. A woman can understand better another woman, guide them to remain in competition and grow together. On this occasion, I wish a good success to all both men and women and thank all the ENTC faculty members, head of the department for conducting this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. I now invite our director, Professor R.J. Kaduskar, sir, to please address the audience.
Good evening to all. Now we are all present for the concluding session of 2 days National Conference for Women. Once again, I take this opportunity to give my heartiest congratulations to the entire organizing team of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering, Department of PVG COET and GKPIM for successfully organizing such a wonderful conference for women in online mode. And on the occasion of Women's Day celebrated from 8 March 2021. I know that for last 2 days, all the sessions have quite interesting and useful. Really, it has been a great time for all of us and especially for all the women to listen and to take inspirational thoughts from women speakers. For last 2 days, the sessions on different topics highlights the role of women in entrepreneurship, professional fields such as career in linguistics, as well as careers in education and research field. The women's speakers with their success stories, explain how they did it, and expect and tell that others women can do it and they can do it. The sessions like how girls can become empowered in the contemporary world, a cyber alert for women in the present social media provides the proper inputs to the present generation, which is an essential aspect as we are all now changing into digital world. The short film shows, the paper presentation on women related topic related to their contributions and achievement add flavor to this conference. And of course, the quiz add fun to it to avoid the boredom. What I personally identified, the point from this conference is that there are enough career opportunities for girl students and having wide choice of fields and activities of their interest. Sessions also suggested that one cannot simplistic about how to use technology to address the basic inputs and understanding, but tells about that how one can use different ideas to implement this to in the present day-to-day technology and to become successful in future. Most of the women speakers highlighted the point of hidden potentials within women and how they can use this potential, worked out, address it with a courage and determination for individual progress and the society by and large. On behalf of Pune Vidyarthigriha and PVG COET and GKPIM, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all those women speakers for their valuable guidance and addressing how technology can play a role in the world of work and how women can use it in every walk of life. I stated earlier in my address, and I would like to repeat, that women must be involved as equal partners for the decisions and that to be in the policy making. I personally feel that if women present in this conference adopt, choose to challenge concept and thought, then I am sure that it will be a revolutionary step and a thought to be adopted, and which in turn will bring a big change in the society. To me, if it happens from this conference and from today, I think the conference is successful. I would like to conclude my remark by saying to all women that never thought of your strength, never thought and doubt of your strength and talent, but believe that you are wise, valuable, and powerful. With full of confidence and self-respect, pursue your dream and achieve it which you deserve for a long time. I think this is what is the main purpose of this objective of this conference. I once again congratulate all and with an assurance that next time we will be meeting on a larger scale on a different topics and we will see a change in the society by the women's contribution at higher positions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was such a wonderful presentation or wonderful conclusion for this conference. So, I am Meenakshi Atre. She is Dr. Belsare, madam. We will be presenting the vote of thanks for this National Conference for Women. So our heartfelt thanks to Honorable Shri S.P. Redekar sir, Registrar PVG and Director PVG COET and GKP IM. Our heartfelt thanks to Honorable Professor R.G. Kaduskar sir, Director PVG COET and GKP IM. Our heartfelt thanks to In Charge Principal Dr. S.V. Gavri sir, PVG COET and GKP IM. Yes, here are our benevolent sponsors. So we would like to have heartfelt thanks again for the sponsors. So first sponsors Kikade Trust, Charitable Trust and Sanchalak Mandal. A recent development about the trust is American Rotary Club announced appreciation award for different activities by this trust and declared amount of 25 lakhs to conduct such activities and in the future plans. So thank you, sir. Next sponsor, Bookland. We have the Bhasha Academy and Arfal Mantra. We have Conception. We have Data Care as the sponsors. Tulsi. Then we have to Suyo Collection and Selection as the sponsors, main sponsors for this event. We also have Acronsis CNC Engineers for the sponsors. Yes, and we are again thanking the eminent speakers for day one and day two. Day one, we had Miss Prakalpa Bastian Pillai, we have Shruti Channagiri and Sita Lakshmi Narayan Swami. So we again are very thankful to them. Day two, we had Mrs. Shaila Apte ma'am, Mrs. Preeti Dege ma'am, and Seema Mande madam. We are again thankful to them. And yes, again, heartfelt thanks to presentation judges. So we are thankful to Dr. Mrs. Gitanjali Vaidya Madam and Professor Ms. Manisha Marathe Madam. Now I request Dr. Belsere Madam to continue.
So I am going to thank the home committee, which is the organizing committee of Department of ENTC, sponsorship team, staff coordinators were Professor H.P. Kekade sir, Professor V.V. Somni, Professor V.U. Gongane, student coordinators Onkar Shingate, Jayesh Guge, Sahil Dhavre, Pratik Koratkar. Paper presentation team, staff coordinators were Professor T.S. Khetavkar, Professor M.P. Poddar, Professor P.S. Deshpande. Invitation and appreciation letter team, staff coordinators Dr. Y.B. Thakre, Dr. M.H. Belsare, Dr. M.P. Atre. Brochure design team, staff coordinators Professor T.S. Kataukar, Dr. M.P. Atre. Student coordinators Sonal Chaudhary and Rudrakshi Mudliya. Registration, certificate, feedback and publicity team. Staff coordinators were Professor S.K. Baukar, Professor N.D. Chaudhary. Registration team student coordinators Amruta Rajendra Alset, Mayuri Girish Devrankar, Sakshi Jitendra Vispute, Sahil Nitin Dhavre, Jayesh Rajendra Guge, Kshitija Mahadev Bebale. Program conduction and supporting team. Staff coordinators were Dr. M.P. Atre, Dr. M.H. Belsare, Mr. P.M. Bagre, Mr. R.M. Rathod, Mr. S.S. Mohol, Mr. G.R. Chintal, Mr. S.J. Shimpukde, Mr. P.A. Waghe, Mr. Mokar. Program conduction and supporting team student coordinators are Rudrakshi Mudliar, Safa Patel, Sonal Chaudhary, Sakshi Vispute, Riya Bhandari, Nehal Sharma, Rajeshwari Nalbalwar, and Shravani Paraswar. And the special thanks to Professor M.C. Nagoshe sir for having this conference on YouTube. Thanks to all paper presenters and participants also, uh, all the audience over there for your enthusiastic participation. Thank you very much. I now declare that the concluding session is over. Thank you all. One more announcement. All participants and winners will get their certificates within 2 weeks of time. Thank you so much.